Starting off not okay. Welcome in, everybody. We are live. And it's Developer Day. Let's go. Alright. We're going to have a very possibly productive session today. I can't say if that's going to be the case. So, if you've been following the past few days, I've been kind of stuck on Supermarket Simulator, and I gave my opinion on it, but just a small recap. Basically, the game it has the basic game loop of a simulator game, but there's no storyline or anything attached to it. So you're doing a cycle, but it feels like it's aimless because there's no story behind it. You're just working, grinding to build. I felt that some of the grinding was imbalanced. I felt that there's not really a reason to keep playing it until they update it. I also felt that the game was so simple that I could just put one together myself. And funny enough, this month on Unreal Engine's free assets for the month, we have I've already purchased it, renovation simulator. This thing it's basically a simulator for renovating a building. And one of the things I thought was missing from Supermarket Simulator was the fact that I couldn't get those ugly yellow walls out of my face. But now, this gives you the opportunity to like build or whatever. So I thought, hey, if I want to play a more fun simulator game, why don't I just make one? So we're gonna look at what it takes. I'm not gonna like just pound it all out today and just make a full simulator game today, but we're gonna look at what it takes to make one and talk about some of the different aspects to it, starting with the basic gameplay loop. So that's what we're gonna do today. Hey Bendy, welcome in, welcome in. Happy to have you here. Alright. So, today we're basically, I don't know how much of that you caught, but we're basically discussing what it's going to take to make one of the simulator games like I've been playing in the last couple days. But I'm going to show off first the game that I'm currently working on. Like, I'm not going to stop working on Guilt just to go make a simulator game. I just wanted to talk a bit more about it. So, let's start off by going over what I'm doing here with Guilt. Now, Guilt is and the name of the game is Guilt. Let me type it out here, G. That's the name of the game. So basically, it is a first-person psychological horror game. Yes, I did, and we can talk about it later, but yeah, I did check it out. So, Guilt is a psychological first-person horror game where a guy is struggling about the death of his young daughter. And he's basically trapped inside his house and reliving his memories. I was working on a process volume that is not finished yet, so the game looks a bit dark. I'm going to turn the volume off for a second. Okay. My directional light is in here. Oh, it's fine. So basically, you're in this house. You're trapped. Well, you're in your house, and as you walk around, you start to relive memories every day, and then different parts of the house start to open up for you. So you'll be trapped in your house, and like haunted things will happen, and then maybe you'll be walking around the house, and then suddenly a door that wasn't there before will appear. And then you'll go through the door, and as you go through the door, you'll relive different memories that you had with your daughter. That's the basis of the game. So you've got one memory where you took her to a carnival, and then you get to the carnival, and you'll actually be able to do stuff here. So there's different games that I've been working on. So here's like a duck range game where you'll be able to try to like shoot as many of the ducks down as you can. And then there's another game over here where you'll have to throw darts at the balloon and try to pop the right number of balloons or whatever. And then there's one where you have to try to knock down all of the cups, but this will be a more physics-based game where you have to try to knock everything down. So you'll be playing different games at the carnival, just different memories that you have. So that's gonna be the carnival level. But as you go through the different parts of the house, you kind of unlock the story, and you're being haunted the entire time you're walking through the house. So it is a horror story. So let's just say the whole day at the carnival isn't gonna go as smoothly as you think, as one might think. And then we have the hospital level where your daughter was sick in the hospital at one point. Let's turn the labyrinth off. So there's one level where you actually have to like deal with being in the hospital and your kid being in the hospital, and like the people couldn't get a hold of you, so they sent her into surgery by herself, and you kind of feel like you, I guess, failed as a father as you try to be there for your daughter, but don't really know what to do because she's really sick and there's nothing you can do to help. But you're still haunted. You're basically haunted with the memories of your daughter. So that's a room, and different things like this is smoke I was working on. This smoke is for the labyrinth level. So I'd have to, let me turn the hospital level off and the smoke will make much more sense when it's not coming out of the bathroom. Right. So basically, you'll get over here and then the smoke will start like chasing you down the hall. Okay, you'll be back in a second. That works for me. Oh, okay, welcome back. So basically you'll be running down the hallway and the smoke will be chasing you. This is like a horror scene. I don't really have the entire part designed for this. Oh, the lights are turned on. So basically the smoke isn't supposed to be there. Just different things happen, and then these cords will come and like they'll chase you basically down the hall with the smoke, and you can't let it touch you. But it's gonna look a whole lot scarier once like I get the lighting and put a whole bunch more cords in and cables and stuff to chase you down the hallway. I turned the post-process off for a second. I'll turn that back on. The smoke isn't going to be there, but like, well, I want to turn around and see it. Where is it? So the smoke's basically chasing you down the hallway, and you can't let it touch you, or you can't let it catch you. And then, why don't I see the cords? And then there's going to be like all of these tentacles and stuff coming out of it. You can't let those touch you either. And it's a chase scene, so you pretty much have to run through a labyrinth and like avoid stuff that's like flying in all directions down the hallway and everything. But that's just one area. I had there are different, hold on, let me play it again. There are chords. I only did like 2 chords just to, there they go. Do you see? I only did 2 for now. They're gonna be like chasing down the hallway. Those 2 ropes coming at me. So they'll be chasing you as well. That's gonna be, and you'll have to try to not let those touch you. The chair coming, just the bed, that's not a chair. The bed throwing out of the room, that's just a little part of a cutscene. You'll see. I'll add textures and details to that. I was just getting the basis of the chase scene down via programming first. And all that really is the smoke is animated, and then the chords are animated along the spline. And then there's a invisible hitbox that basically says you've allowed the smoke to get too close to you while you're running away. And then I'm gonna program a mechanic in it where you can like turn around but still run forward. Essentially look behind you, and you'll be able to look behind you and still run forward. So that's what I was working on in the past couple days, but since you're new to the channel, I don't think you've seen any of the other stuff I was working on either. So let's look at, I'll actually play the game from the beginning and show you the part where like what it would look like for a door to appear, but there's no like sounds or anything yet. Sound and stuff that's kind of added to the game last for me. What is this? House, yeah, yes and no. Labyrinth, okay. Take my, there we go. Player character starts. I have to move the character start to the house again. Oh wow, I put him in the bathroom. That was kind of close. Wrong room. It needs to be here. So you'll basically start the game. Why does it say bad size? Same size it's always been. Is it in the floor? I'll play it anyway, it should work. Okay, yeah, so you basically start here in your bedroom that you share with your wife, and you'll learn the story about your wife as well as it goes on. Oh, this is your shadow and everything. So basically it says, every night I have the same dream. He feels taller. He wasn't this tall. It says, I wake up in a place that's unfamiliar. And then you just start to walk around. So the house that you're in right now, and there's no lights down here. The house that you're in now, the house is going to constantly be changing around you. So like every day there'll probably be something different for you to notice. Oh no. It looks like my house, but there's something wrong. I can't get by all of this furniture I have in the road. Darn it. I will, give me a second. Hold on. There's a bunch of furniture down here and no lights. Let me turn this off again. I was in the middle of making it, that's why it's like halfway done. Let's look at the directional light. Oh no, there's the lighting. And then all of this furniture, let me move it out the way so I can walk down the stairs. So I couldn't walk downstairs because the couch and stuff was blocking. Because I'm not finished decorating the house the way I want it to be, so that is not the right thing to move. And there's a couch at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, I couldn't get by these tables either. Alright. I'm just gonna throw all the furniture to the side so I can walk through really quick. Alright. Alright. Yeah, because the house is gonna change while the house is gonna change while you're in it and while you're playing the game. So like one day you'll have one couch, the next day there'll be another couch, and he can't really discern like which is the real house and which is the dream house. Okay, so every night I have the same dream, because right now he just thinks he's dreaming. It's like a back and forth thing. Sometimes you're awake, sometimes you're dreaming, and it's hard for him to tell the difference. So the house is always changing. I wake up in a place that's unfamiliar. It looks like my house, but there's something wrong. So as you can see, you come down the stairs and it's just like a wall here, a window, and a fireplace. Like that's all that's here. It's like wall, window, and then you go, something's always different or out of place. And then he says, so he's talking to his therapist right now, by the way. And he says, after I stumble around for a moment, a door appears. There's extra furniture in here too. And then his therapist is talking back and she's like, well, what kind of door is it? And then he just ignores her and says, it urges me to find it. It sings out to me, this is my only way forward. So against my better judgment, I step. And now we come back to this area where we were just looking at walls and suddenly a door. Well, the door shows up after a while. So the door's not, this door wasn't there at first when we came down the stairs. And then the door just appears. Yeah, the stairs are still here, but the door just showed up. It's like this black door wasn't here a second ago. So the door shows up and then you go through the door and it's just blackness. So you step, well, we started upstairs. What do you mean? We started up here. That's the bedroom. We started upstairs. We came downstairs. This black door is the new door that shows up. So out the window, yeah, that's gonna end up being a room too. That's your daughter's room. That's gonna appear later, but you won't see it when the game's like fully working. It'll just look like a wall, and then her room will appear. A door will appear there in chapter 2, but the first chapter is just this door over here. And then each time you come back to the house, a new door is gonna appear, and the house is gonna get bigger and bigger and expand. So here you finish your dream, and then you wake up in your therapist's office. So you're sitting there. So you were technically talking to your doctor while you were relaying all that information about the house. But then you go ahead and you leave your doctor's office, and the receptionist gives you a ticket for the next time you come back to the doctor's office. Those were extra doors I was just looking for. And then you go back home through the red door. Now when you go back home the next time, the house will have changed. Oh, I didn't go all the way forward. So when you go back home the next time, the house is going to change. So there's like just different things going to change with the house. So maybe the furniture will be different, or maybe like the fireplace will be different, the pictures will be different. I don't know. It's different every level. So yeah, that's basically what the game's about, and that's what I'm working on. So when you go, when the black doors show up, you go to a different location. Like I showed you the hospital, I showed you the carnival, and there's some other locations that you go to as well. So every time a black door goes up, you're basically reliving a different memory, and then you'll go to that memory, you'll experience whatever happened that day the way you remembered it, and then you'll come back home, and then the house will be different, and then you'll talk to your therapist and that'll be different. So it's like, it's a horror game though too, so a lot of scary stuff is gonna happen, and as the story develops, it starts to build on top of like what really happened to your wife, what happened to your daughter, all of that stuff. So that's the game. That's the one I'm building out now. So we've got, oh wait, we don't have so there's different things. So when you're going to the carnival, a door will appear over here. Where's the, okay. Garage, and the garage furniture. Where are the walls to this house? Oh, there they are. Okay, so this will be a new area as well. So this but this isn't open yet, so you won't see this in the beginning. You won't see this until it's time to go to the level. And then after you leave your therapist's house and come back home, the door that appeared turns into a normal door. So it's not a black door anymore. Now it's a regular door, and it leads to a new part of the house that you can explore. Like, so it'll be a black door here, and then you'll go to a carnival, and then when you come back from the carnival, it'll turn to this regular white door, and the house will have opened up to just a regular garage. So that's basically how that's done. What a messy garage it is, but there's gonna be stuff relating to your daughter lying around, and you'll get to learn about what the story is and the relationship that you had with your sick child. Like the kitchen will change, the dining room will change sometimes, and like right now, where's the kitchen furniture? Is it in this? No. Where'd the kitchen go? There it's in, okay, there it is. So you can interact with all the stuff, because every day you come home, you make tea. So you'll have to like find the equipment to make tea. So you'll get home and you'll have to heat up the teapot, the tea kettle. You have to put water in it. Like the sink works. You can see the water coming out the sink right now. It's a little hard to see, but you'll have to fill up the teapot with water, boil it on the stove for a few seconds, and then you'll have to come and make tea, and then you'll drink tea, and then you'll go to bed, and then you'll wake up in the nightmare, and you'll do the loop all over again, and it's always different every time. Yep. And that's about as much as the story that I can tell you without giving it away. But I've been working on this for a few weeks now, on and off, because I moved houses, so I had to like pause making the game, and then once I get my computer set up again, then I'll be able to work back on it again, which is why I've been doing a lot of like mostly playing games, because I didn't have everything set up. But we'll build out your daughter's room at some point, and then you have an office as well that'll show up as well. Are you going to release? Yeah, what's the point of making the game if I'm not going to release it? Yeah, I'm going to release the game. It'll be playable. Yep. Yeah, I'm enjoying working on it. It's a very different concept. Yeah, people will be able to play it, yep. Which is why I'm trying not to like include any spoilers I have to do with the game or anything. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your interest in wanting to like have a look at it. Because I don't know, I worked really hard on it, and it's not even done. Like all of the work that you see here, I basically got it all done in 2 weeks. Like this carnival, it took me 2 days to build this carnival and design the layout the way I wanted it. But basically I just put black squares down as the pathing I wanted people to walk. So it made it really easy to design the layout of this. It's just like I did the path first, made a few zigzags, and then I just put the attractions wherever they could fit on the line of the black path. And then I'm gonna delete the black path. I might as well like delete it now, but I'm gonna hide and delete the path, and then it's just gonna look like a normal carnival layout where you just walk around and you won't really be able to see like, oh, it's this neat structure. Yeah, so that's gonna get deleted, and then it'll just look like a normal carnival to walk through. And then there's another section of the carnival over here, where you go into these guys' teeth, into his mouth, which is really, really weird. and then you participate in just something over here as well. So that's a cool little circus thing. That shouldn't be there. And this, is that the whole one? Or yeah. So it's really cool. Oops, I lost that. There we go. Thank you. Oh, everything over here moves. I guess I'd have to grab the player. Give me a second. I'll grab the player and move it over to the carnival so you can see what that looks like from the ground. Okay, so now when I play it, yeah, we're at the carnival. Wait, it's not the right color. Directional light, where is the post? I don't have lighting set up yet in the game. That lighting is something I do later, once I figure out exactly how I want everything to look. Wasn't this yellow a second ago? Hold on. It's supposed to be really yellow. You, take your time. Was it not yellow? It is. Just press play. Oh, it's really dark. I swear that was brighter. Let's take the post. Oh, this takes up more resources, but it's so pretty. Let's do standard for now. Oh, I have to add a whole lot of lights to this. Let me make it a bit brighter. So this is going to be a nighttime scene. Oh, I don't know if you're back. Let me know when you're back, Bendy. Let me see more. Oh, I guess I did that correctly. Huh. Description. Kapow, kapow. Kapow, kapow. Squash those ducks. Pardon? Wonder if actually there are other storage shelves. Hmm. Hmm? let's see. Basically, what I'm doing now, pardon, is, oh, I do have different shelving. Oh, huge though. Goodness, that goes all the way through the next floor. Alright, that one's too big. Obviously, I can scale it down. I'm just... why are they so big? What about this? It's normal size. Whoa. These are like industrial shelves. Not typically the shelves you would find in someone's home, but guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, these are like warehouse, large item storage shelves, but I want to use them here just because they're a different color, and so add some different context to. Oh look, a fuse box. We can put that. Wait, didn't I already? No, I've got this blue one. Oh no, I have this as well. Alright, may not need this one. That's fine. I'll use it for something else. But this one's interesting. What set is this a part of? This is a part of... Oh, safe house. Because I'm wondering if it comes with an individual fuse. Like you see this red, blue, yellow, and this one here is empty. I'm wondering if it comes with certain components. Okay, so this is an immediate. So this is a yellow one, but it's already attached to the white box. Does it have the other attachments though? Because this would be really neat if it did. If it did, it's definitely usable right out of the box as a puzzle. But if it doesn't come with the separate pieces, then cannot do that. But let's see if it does. Okay, it works. Small holder. Why would they give me one where the yellow's already attached to it? Let's check. No. How'd they spell it? Probably with an F-U-S-E. Oh no! Alright, so they do not have a single like piece like this. So if I wanted to make sort of like a puzzle and animate it or something, I would have to export this, delete the white box from off of it, change the color perhaps of this one. But that's only if I want to do a puzzle. Otherwise, I could always get a different fuse box as well. But might as well use the one that I've got already. As a thought. But yeah, so basically the process now is decorate, 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 which is a very lengthy process. I also had, well, I guess I don't have that issue anymore, because I just used this. Okay. So wait, is the piece here? Doorway block with 5. Hey Prep, how you doing today? Oh, I haven't heard from you today yet. How's it going? Hope everything is well. You must have had a busy Friday. Alright, so next I'm gonna take a look at some of those assets that were included, but basically they are kind of like add to project ones. So I'd make a new project. So let's let that launch. Well, that launched quickly. Wait, I didn't get to name it or anything. What? No, wait, I said launch new engine. I didn't say reopen the project I was working on. What? That was weird. Launch the engine. Typically, if I press launch, it'll allow me to make a new project. Or I can just open something else. I'll just open this. This is 5.3. So I've had so many ideas lately about the supermarket game that I was playing, and so many adjustments. And I was like, gosh, I'm building out an entire game, just giving them advice on what they could do to change theirs. I might as well just make my own, you know? So, ignoring this, I'm just gonna make a new level called some sim game. Oh, hey Bendy, you're back. Welcome back. I did make that blank, didn't I? Alright. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look at the assets that came along with, well, just the new stuff. So, Renovator Simulation is one of the new ones that I want to take a look at and see how it works. What's it called? I put it here. Add to project. We're going to take a look at that. And Prop, I want you to see this just in... There's absolutely no way they already exist. I just got this pack. I want you to see this just in case you really are interested and putting one together, I want you to see like how this free pack, I mean, this is not free, it's just free for the month. The asset's like $100, but we get it for free this month. So create your own renovation game with tools and features that adapt to your simulator. Whether you want to renovate, create, or modify an environment, Renovation Simulator is for you. So you can either make a game where you're like a home interior decorator, or you can just use it to add renovation to whatever game that you're already making, like whatever simulator game you're already making. And then you can add it and say some of the stuff is going to cost money, and then you get to unlock different colors and stuff like that. The way I thought you could incorporate this into a sim game is just the way you unlock everything else for a simulation. Like as you progress, you unlock stuff for the game. I want to progress and unlock different wallpapers, but I want the wallpaper and floor and decorations and all of that. I want all of that to have a gear score. And sort of like a gear score, if you're playing an RPG, your gear score will like increase your shield or something based on the detail of the quality of the item that you're wearing. So I would give different material that you unlocked a gear score, and you'd have to continue to, I'm not gonna keep stopping the stream like every time you say hold on Bendy. Like I'm just gonna keep talking, and if you want to go back and listen, you do. Otherwise it's gonna be a bunch of dead air and I can't just sit and like, yeah, you know. But basically I want to give each asset a gear score, and as you level up and as you progress, your goal is to meet a certain gear score criteria to make your place better. I think that would be a good thing to add to any kind of simulator game, just to make certain things necessary, because I'm playing Supermarket Simulator and there's nothing encouraging me to do anything other than like pay the money to expand just so I can fit more shelves. But if I actually had to make this place nice, or if the customers would complain if the place was dirty, or the customers would complain if the place wasn't fancy enough, like you'd have to stay above a certain gear range. I think that would be pretty cool. And that's how I would use something like this. So let's have a look at what the asset entails. I'm probably gonna need a giant floor, so let me go ahead and throw one down really quick. Basic shapes, planes. I don't know why I did all three, but okay. There we go. We've got our... Alright, so well, it was called Renovation Simulator. Right now we're just taking a look at the assets. We're not actually building it. This is most likely going to be something you'd have to incorporate into a game, and not actually the blueprints to make an entire game out of. So we have databases of garbage, cupboard small. What are the why are the garbage? Okay, so trash. And that's just the material. Oh, it says cardboard. Levels. Oh, okay. So these are the different levels of the game, or if you were making a game, and they have it set up that you hit a certain XP level and then you'll upgrade to the next level. That's really cool. Okay. What other data are they storing? Paint one, plaster. So this is just the texture to the default plaster. Paint ceilings. Paint floors. This is probably going to be a bunch of floor textures. There's only one. My guess is they're just the templates. We got basic wood. Wall paint. Ugh, basic zigzags. Alright, let's go to the demo map, and let's take a look at the demo map. So let's walk through. So every time you sell an asset on the asset store, you have to kind of include a walkthrough on how your project should work and how it should be used. Look at this. All these hitboxes are just there. The square ones that you see, pardon me, on the floor, they're there for you to paint, I guess, every section of the floor. You can paint every section of the wall with the longer rectangle ones. Goodness. Why do it this way? The way I would do it is I would just do one individual wall per, like, the room. No, but I guess if you expand, the second you expand, you... No, because the expansion would just be individual walls as well. I wouldn't do single panels like this. I mean, it's more data for... Like, nobody's gonna color their wall in different stripped panels. They're gonna color the entire wall and expect the entire wall to be one color. So, as you give them... As you upgrade it, you decide how big the room should be. And each wall should just take a color. Same with the floor. Well, I guess, I don't know. The floor would be different because sometimes I like to make a checkered pattern design on the floor. Like one square black, one square white, or just any kind of design pattern. So I understand the floor being separated out like this, but it doesn't make sense for a wall to be separated out like that. Because you'd have to be a true psychopath if you paint each strip panel of wall a different color. Alright, but let's go ahead and press play and see what we're allowed to do. Okay. Alright, so I've got an empty box to pick up. Oh no, but I don't see the box. Oh, I'm picking up trash. Okay, it's trash. Okay, I'm picking up trash. I removed 17% of the garbage. So they don't really do pieces of garbage. It's done by percentage. But what if a new customer drops some garbage? That doesn't make sense. Alright, I picked up 33%. Clean up the dirt. Repair the fences. Sell the benches. Alright, we don't need this bench. How do I sell? Selection wheel is middle mouse. What did I select? Brush. So I'm gonna brush something. Okay, I've cleaned up the dirt. This is nice. Okay, I'm scrubbing the dirt. What else can I do? What's the hammer for? I'm gonna go with no. The hammer might be the repair tool. It says repair the fences. So these might be broken. You can make a game out of just this. Is this gap supposed to be here? Alright, so that's broken. I don't like the gap. Okay, so I've repaired the fences. So basically you can make a game where the house is destroyed. This kind of reminds me more of Power Wash Simulator than it does of Supermarket Simulator. Like where everything's dirty and you have to just clean it up. So I can get rid of that. What's the painting? You know Power Wash Simulator? Yeah, this reminds me of that. I don't think I can paint in this demo because how do I sell the bench? Tab is for my tablet, so paint. Ooh, alright, we want purple. That is hideous. I guess it's done in panels so people can actually take the time to paint every single wall. But if I was doing something like Supermarket Simulator and I just wanted people to be able to change their wall, I wouldn't do it in panels. Okay, it took it. Wait, how long does it take? I just wasn't close enough. Alright. Okay. Orange. Nice. See, who wants to go into a supermarket that looks like this? That would be absolutely insane. This is amazing, though. I have to give it to him. Like, I wouldn't have even found this if it wasn't on the list of free things. But it's an entire, like, everything is already set up for you. That's absolutely amazing. That's really cool. I'm allowed to paint the floor. I can paint the floor with the same brush I painted the wall. That doesn't make sense to me. Tab, paint walls. So I can put that on the floor? No. But it let me put the gray on the floor. So under wallpaper, I can only paint with wallpaper, but under just regular, okay, I can't, can you type that in Twitch? Like, I can't stop and go pull up Discord. I'm really sorry. Every time that you ping, and the pings do come across, I hope you don't mind. Alright, so it looks like I can't put the woods on. Can I put the wood on the wall? So what is the first one I did that let me paint on both? Paint. I suppose if you're painting, paint can go on the floor or it can go on the wall, but wallpaper is for wall. I wouldn't even do a paint section. I would literally just do a wall and floor, unless I can paint the railings. I cannot. So then there's no point in doing paint. Just regular paint. I'm not even allowed to set up the thing. Ceiling, plaster. This is probably for down. I wouldn't let people do the ceilings either. It doesn't make sense. Like a ceiling, all ceilings are plaster. They aren't, but generally they are. Oh no! The plaster texture isn't seamless. That's so ugly. You can see the square, you can see the shadow at the edge of each of the plaster textures because it's not a seamless texture. And yeah, this should be seamless. Let's see. I'd change the texture there, but other than that, can I put plaster anywhere? No, it is restricted to ceiling. That's fine. Oh no, I got out of the game mode. What else could you do? So I'm not able to pick up and move stuff around. So this is the very basics of basic. This not, you can't make a full game out of this unless your full game is paint a bunch of different colors. Like there is no, let me see if I finish all the objectives, what will happen. There's not, it's not a full game template. There's a lot that you'd have to add and edit to, like you'd have to add. So this is just, it doesn't feel like you can make a whole game out of this. It makes like it's like you can add it to the game that you already have to give it a few additional features, if that makes sense. But this definitely isn't a full game type thing. Maybe because how many types of I guess if you had different types of fences and what would broken look like compared to maybe you can make I don't know. Maybe I just don't have the idea for it yet, but I'm pretty sure if you put a good story behind it, you can make a Hydroneer. I looked at it and it doesn't look like it's something that I would be interested in playing. I'm sorry, I did forget to mention it again, but you kept saying like, hold on, you'll be right back. and I didn't know when you were like coming back and forth. So yeah, I didn't it just doesn't look like something I would play. But I did check it out. I saw like they were doing the digging and stuff, and then adding the water and stirring it up and trying to make your, I guess, clean your gems and stuff that you found. It looked interesting, but it doesn't look like... It looked interesting, but it didn't look fun. I'd say that. That's what I was getting at. Not in a bad way. I'm sure it's a really good game for a lot of people. But yeah, I didn't play it. I looked at the Steam page and all of that. Alright, so I can pick stuff up, but picking stuff up just deletes itself. It's not like I have to carry it to the trash, or it's not like I can only carry a certain amount of trash and then I have to go destroy a trash bag, which I always liked as an idea. Okay, sell the benches. Do I do tab? No. I'm guessing this is it's a price gun. Wait, it didn't tell me how much I was selling it for. And I see at the top it talks about how many days go by. But what I don't like is I'm hovering over top of this and it's not telling me how much I'm selling it for, and it insta sold it. 3486. I don't think I got any additional money from that. No, I did. Okay. My objectives are complete. I don't get anything from that. So I do all of that and then I remodel. Maybe you could do some kind of house flipper with this, and you would just set stuff up, resell it. Like, you would be, your entrepreneurship would be house flipping. So Supermarket Simulator, like Supermarket Simulator, maybe you could buy materials and then put those materials towards a certain house if they cost too much, or like re-flip the house for clients. Like, your client wants a gear score of at least this or that, and alright, Bendy, I'll catch you in 15 minutes. Maybe your clients want the house to, maybe they have certain criteria that the house must meet and other criteria that you can like, you know, cut corners on. Perhaps something like that is doable. My interest is still more of a grinding simulator game. This one just seems like there's less hands-on for the player to do, which is why, to me, I said it felt like components that you add to a game and not something that you make an additional base game out of. But I'm definitely going to use it. I really like the system. Let's take a look at the way they do some more of their other systems and assets. So we've got in our blueprints, let's go to interactions. So okay, this is a blueprint component. Trace interaction area. Oh, it's on the line trace for which interaction area you are in. Is this what lets it highlight? Unfocused, set to null. This is really cool work. Okay. BPI interaction. This is an interface. Oh, you know, I need to click into that. It's just talking about whether or not you can interact with something. It has different pieces for the ceiling. So you'd have to just mark what ceiling was. And then paint, wall collision, player, paint type. This is really nice. Really fantastic idea about how you would put stuff together. And if you're not even familiar with making things like this, or if you've never made anything like this before, just getting this for free and being able to study the way they have their interaction system at all, it's just going to make you a better developer. Because then, even if you're not doing it for painting, say you just need to interact with certain objects, you can look at the way that they have it set up here, and you can maybe set up your interaction system, something like this, which I think is quite neat. Level add XP. Nice. This is so cool. And then it's got dirt. Character, if the character is overlapping the actor, that is the dirt. Use sponge. But don't you have to have... Oh, okay. So this is saying whether or not use sponge is active. So basically this is saying cast to the character, and if the character is in use sponge mode, which basically is if I click down the middle mouse wheel while I'm playing and the sponge is selected. So all of that is on BPE first person character. So let me look at the first person character, because it looks like they send all of their data back to the first person character. It might be interactions, widget structures. Is it? No. Structs. Oh, what? Widgets? No, that's for UI. Where's the first person character? It wouldn't be sprites. Why was the stairs one of the, I guess, wait, that character's here somewhere. These are all the databases. This is interaction. You know what? Let me check the component, because the component could be attached to the first person character. Or, I don't think I have, no, I have to, because I was walking around with it. No? I don't see the character. I'm really confused. Icons, UI stuff, mesh. I'm looking in every single folder at this point. Because where it should have been in the first folder, but now I'm not seeing it. Radio menu. Oh, I have a radio menu for one of the games I was working on. Paint. This is such a cool kit. I'm really excited. Oh, demo player. It was there. Okay. So first person blueprints, first person character class. Let's have a look at. Wow, we're gonna do a deep dive into this. But first we use wheel menu interface. That's for showing the menu. Pickup is for things that you can pick up, like the trash will have the pickup interface on it, and then interface widget input. Oh, okay. So this one is for the walls and ceilings that you look at and they highlight and they turn colors. You can interact with those. But however, this one is for interacting with stuff on your screen. The widget for that. Where you would use the mouse to click stuff. Variables. Let's have a look at the variables. Alright, so all player variables has rifle. Should have deleted that. That's for I think that one's built into the first person character. Can run, can move, can rotate. Okay. Widget blueprint stuff. Day night cycle, time of day. Alright, garbage, total garbage and level. So this is where they process the percentages of the garbage and level. So it's not by the piece, it's done by how many pieces are out on the level, which I thought was interesting. Because you can slowly, I think they do percentages and stuff like Gas Station Simulator, where how clean your place is depends on how many different types of the trash that you can pick up. Hey Slushy, welcome in, welcome back. Happy to see you. Tell me how you're doing today. Alright, garbage pickup. Those are different. Alright, and then money is just how much money you currently have. What level you're currently on. So this is where your XP is stored. How much, this says level percent, so how far you are to the next level. That's all cool stuff. Basic player character stuff. And then let's see, the dirt, how much dirt is in the level, like the graffiti and stuff. And I think it calculates it. I want to say it calculates how much is in. So I can make one of the AI just walk by and drop a piece of trash on the ground or on the floor of your shop or whatever, and it would start to count it as a percentage. The percentage would go up and down. That's really cool. The next thing you've got are the tools. So here this is basically what I said. Whether or not you click the radio menu, and if you're on sponge, it will turn sponge on. Because Boolean's true or false. So I say yes, I've got the sponge, and if I've got the sponge, then I can interact with it. But otherwise, do I still have that open? I closed it. The blueprint I was looking at. Interaction blueprint for the dude, what do you want? Stop. I'm sorry, I'm getting like annoying phone calls. I've had like so many phone calls today. I just want to tell everyone to go away. Dude, stop calling. I said no. Alright, anyway, I do apologize for that. So, let's see. The selling thing was pretty weird. I think the selling blueprint needs a lot more added to it, because it never even told me how much money I was selling the object for. Or, because what if I didn't want to sell it? What if I needed to know how much money it was before I sell it, and then if it wasn't worth it, then I would just be like, nah, I'm gonna keep it and not upgrade. So it would be really important to understand like how much money something costs before you sell it. Okay. Next. Alright, let's keep going into the first person character. Tablet. So this is the little tablet that comes on the screen. And basically, the tablet will show up on the screen if you're in tablet mode. If you're not in tablet mode, it'll go away. And we'll look more into that data in a minute. We're just checking out all the information that's stored in the character. So paint basically just holds on to what paint you've selected in the tablet. So paint current, material, paint type. Is that, I wonder if that's asking like ceiling, floor, or wall for the paint type. Category paint, paint type, obviously none. Okay. I wonder if that's what that means. That is a name, but I'm pretty sure I'd be looking at the struct for that. Tablet paint. Yeah. Name, that would be paint type right there. Name, icon, material, color. I think that's what they're using that. What other structs do we have? Levels, fences. I thought this one was weird. Fences broken 1, fences broken 2. I'm not too sure about the fences and using them, but there's that. And then the struct for the garbage. This is just the types of garbage there is. So the different types of things that you want to put down, you can just increase this list based on that. Hey Smurf. Retracted the number 8, but okay. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. Sure. Okay. I'm not reading that out loud. I don't know. Why can't people just, contain themselves and behave maturely? Like, what switch is going off in people's head that they... Alright, I'm glad, I'm sure you believe that, Smurf, and it's probably true. And I hope you're happy working there. Okay. garbage, and then the different levels. Hey again, Bendy. Welcome back. So, did you end up having the test today, Bendy, or not? Did that go did it go well if you did? Okay, let's keep looking at the character blueprint. Repair. What is repair for? Oh, for the fences. Okay, and cell total. So we have a cell total right here. I don't know why is it not. The cell total should be displayed either on the gun or in hover text above the gun when you aim it at the object. Oh, the test is next week. My apologies. But at least you studied for it though, right? You should have studied. Don't wait till last minute to study, then you'd be trying to cram all the information in, and that's not good. Alright, let's take a look at some of the processes. That's like input stuff. Camera input, movement. Pause. Why would you be able to jump in the game? Alright, so yeah, show hide the tablet. Basically, if you're in tablet mode, turn the tablet on, turn it off. Show pause menu, same. Tool actions. So this, get action tool. Okay. Alright, and then we've got a switch. So based on the tool, it looks like it'll play. Okay, set relative location to your tool area. And basically you've got a component called tool, and the tool is where the location for whatever tool that you're using. So the scrub sponge or whatever would be in your hand right there. This is basically a blueprint on how to make any kind of this is really nice. I really like this. Any kind of simulator, anything. Whether you want to do renovation or something else, this is it. Now, there is no placement in here, but I have something. Funny enough, last month for free, they gave us a placement system. And I'm going to pull that up in just a minute, because combine the placement system with this system and you're in. So let's have a look at, let's have a look at the placement system that came last week. I keep saying last week, but I really meant last month. It's not called that. What is it called? I think it's called system. I could type system. So replicated building system, let's go ahead and add it to project. So this is essentially a system where everything is on the ground and you can pick up and move it to where you want it to be. Couple that with this system and you can make an infinite amount of games where you have to do tasks like pick up and move stuff. So the replicated, we're gonna go into looking into another system. So I think it's called building system. Demo, wait, what? Input. Map. Oh. Accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. There. Alright, save those. We're gonna take a look at another system. And this system is a building system. So why am I playing in editor? Let's do okay. That way I can full screen it. Example skeletal mesh. Example multiple box and mesh actor. Example actors. Snappable actor with 2 scenes. What does that even mean? White opacity sphere example indicates snapping points. What am I snapping? Wait, what? Oh, I killed it. Oh no, I picked it up. I picked it up. Okay. So I picked multiple box and mesh. Multiple. So I think this is saying like in Supermarket Simulator where I'm able to move the shelves that already have stuff stacked on them. And there's no guidelines. It's telling me where I can and can place it though. I'm not allowed to place it. I can place it over here. It didn't let me place it over here when I was... Can I rotate with the mouse wheel? No. If I want it to be straight, I'd have to rotate my camera perspective. Oh no, it actually... You can't rotate it any other way. It's straight no matter what, right? Yep. I don't know how I like that. I think you should be able to rotate the object. But let me grab it. Let me put it back. Okay. This one is snappable actor with 2 scene. We'll figure out what that means. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it goes to the points where it... No, this one completely ate the other. What? So I'm... Wait, what? White indicates snapping points, but I just set this down anywhere. Okay, so when I set it on this white one, it's snapping to it, but when I set it on this white one, it's snapping to its center. That's the center of the object. So this, it snaps in front. No, it doesn't. Wait, which one did I put it on? I'm putting it on this white one. And it's I don't actually know what's going on. Now then. It's snapping to the back of it. Wait, I was able to turn that. How did I turn that? It's crooked now. What did I do? Oh, Q and E rotates. So you can turn it. Okay. We can change that. I prefer rotating with the mouse wheel scrolled up and down. I don't understand the snapping though, because it's not... To me it looks like it's snapping to the center. But to now this is look like it's snapping to the face. The snapping portion doesn't make that much sense to me. But okay. Alright, example 3. Can snap active. Okay. I don't get it. I'm still just placing it anywhere. Maybe if there was a visual grid, I would be able to see if it was snapping to a different place. What's the game about? So right now we are looking at two different assets that were free on the marketplace that allowed you to make a simulator game, and it can be any kind of simulator game. Recently I started playing something called Supermarket Simulator, and these assets will basically allow me to make such a game, but right now we're just touring through the different assets and the processes that you would need to make this type of game. The other game that I'm working on is about something different, but we're just taking a look at different things. Thank you. The previous game, I don't know at what point you came into the chat, but the previous game that had to do with the circus and all of the hospital and stuff, that's a different psychological horror game that I'm working on, and that's more about a guy trapped in his house suffering from guilt from the loss of his daughter. As he is trapped in his house, he's reliving memories, and the house is changing all around him. Alright, so this is... Ooh, I like this one. I don't like that it mounts on the floor. It says it has wall mount active, so that's something you can place on the wall. But why am I able to place it on the floor like this? It should only be able to be placed on the wall. I like it. I like it. Because then you're not allowed to put it, well, technically you shouldn't be allowed to put it on the floor, but these are things that only hang on the wall. Now, if you were doing the house flipping simulator with the previous asset and mixed with this asset, there you go. You've got stuff like that can only hang on walls. Is that a mirror? Oh no, did I jump out the map? Oh my goodness. I scared myself for a second. Alright, so, oh, it does say Q, reset rotation. Q and E. I didn't even read this and I figured it out. In interaction, zoom in and out. Okay. I cannot zoom in and out, but, so that's it. That's not a lot, I'd say. All it does is all I've got from this is I can pick stuff up and put it on the wall, and I can pick stuff up and move it exactly where I want it. I don't know what they mean by snapping feature, but it doesn't appear that anything is... It doesn't even... It's all moving smoothly. It doesn't even seem like it's snappable. It just seems like, yeah, they're the same. I can move it here. I can move it there. I do like that it can't intersect other objects. That's going to be very beneficial in something where you're meant to, like, excuse me, place things neatly. Why are there two mirrors? So this I thought was really cool. The place on wall thing. That's probably my favorite out of it. And then this allowed to move items and turn it left or right. All in all, I could say I get more benefit from the other system, but this is still a usable system. I didn't pay for it. It was free asset on the month of February, and now the free asset for the month of March is the one that had like a lot more features attached to it. But if you need a placement system, check this one out. It's quite it's simple, I'd say. Basically, you could just infinite amount of assets, you'd be able to place it. So if you were doing a simulator game, it wouldn't really like, you can add tons of furniture for your users to pick from, tons of food for them to pick from if you're doing a supermarket style. Now, the only thing that I don't have is like a system. It said it was snapping was turned on. However, I didn't see any kind of I didn't see snapping. Let me try again. I didn't see it, but example, snappable actor with 2 scene. Do I pick up the white things? No, I do not. Yeah, I don't get the snappable thing. I do like if it's hovering in the air, I'm not allowed to put it down. Only if I'm looking at the floor can I put it down. That's a really cool feature. It's a placement system for picking up and moving stuff while in game. Nothing too fancy. You can either place it on the floor or you can place it on the wall. Because actually, can this go on the wall? No. Okay. So you have one floor style object, which you can turn to anything, and then you have one wall style object, and that's probably what most people are going to use and benefit from with this kit. So now that you have your placement system and you also have your renovation system, you would need to set up your own database for all of the different items that you're allowed to place. Now, I don't think let's see. I don't think there is a placement system in the first kit. So that's going to be something that we're going to have to go over. Let's check. Let me go into their demo. It told me I could sell stuff. So this is the other system. So I can pick this up and I can paint the walls. But wait, it says I can sell the benches, right? Hold on. Sell the benches. But this is a renovator, right? If I'm gonna paint the walls, won't I add new furniture as well? I didn't see a menu for that. Paint walls, floor, ceiling. Why is the time not paused when I'm in this menu? Okay. Tablet, selection wheel. Oh, P to pause. Resume. Options. Resume. Options. Obviously there aren't any. So you would have to add your own building system, but it would be easy. You would simply follow the path that they've done for adding other items. So the way they have all their stuff set up is let me see. Database, interaction. Let me think. How would I set it up? You'd have to have a struct for the item, the same way they have their garbage set up, I would say. Name, static mesh, and then material. I would only do a materials category if you want to allow your players to change the color of the furniture. So do they just get one couch, and are they allowed to change the couch from green to brown to black, or must they buy the black couch separate from the green couch, separate from, I think giving people more options, it really depends on the game. If you're doing a game where renovation is necessary, then giving people more options will be better for them, because they get to style the house and match it however they want. However, if you're doing it just to add, like if they just need to drop something in the shop and just to up the gear score, like maybe they're doing a supermarket game and they just need some different pieces of furniture and the color doesn't really matter, or it's like a general metal or something like that, then, and that's not the primary target of the game, isn't the furniture, but the furniture is just an added component, then too many options may be a bit too much for the player. So it kind of depends on what you're catering towards the game. If the game is focused on furniture, yes, provide many options to color the furniture. But if furniture is just a component of the game and the main game is, like, the point of the main game is to, like, build up something great, then yeah, I dwindle down those options unless they rely heavily on the storyline. Like, unless it's adding something to the game, I wouldn't include it. Just because most people would ignore or focus on the main game and wouldn't really care about doing the tiny tedious stuff of, like, picking 10 different colors for a couch, Unless the game is centered around furniture, then sure, pick 5 different colors for a couch. But if it's not the center of the game, don't include it. So, let's see. So basically, I would do it the same way here. You've got your basic struct for the item, the static mesh, and with that struct, you go ahead and create a data table. So where do they put the data tables? Wrong system. All right, they have all of their data tables here. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Let's see. Alright, so from there, you'd have to make a data table, basically storing all the information so that you can pull from it. Alright, so we've got our struct for the different types of items, and then we'd have our data table that follows the struct. With all the different type of item, the static mesh it would use, and what that's going to do is that's going to allow you to create a user interface. Basically, you'd add a button that would allow you to add a button to the tablet. So you'd follow this user interface and just add a little button here that's furniture, and inside that you'd have a bunch of sub menus, and if you did it correctly, just pull the information from your data table and it would populate. It should be an automatic populate. I would use a grid layout display for the user interface to populate the demo and the name of the item, and it, as many items as you have, it should populate left and right, and then you would probably have to build your own scroll system or page system to go from 1, 2, 3 based on how you want to do it. The way I would do it is I would allow the player to unlock certain pieces of furniture every step of the way. So the menu wouldn't just be a single, it would build, let's do regular paint because this is populated. So it would, as you unlock new things, you'd unlock different styles, and each style would be probably their own button, and then you go inside and do that. And now here's where you have to tie it to the other system. Once I click on it, for me it changes my paint roller. Does it? It doesn't change the color of the paint roller? Missed opportunity right there. If you get this kit, you definitely have to add the fact that the paint roller is still white, but when I change the color, it should definitely change the color of the paint roller. Because what if you click something, people are forgetful. I'll leave it at that. People are forgetful. So I'm gonna be like, oh, what color did I pick again? And it's not highlighted here to show me what color I've already selected. And that's just a quality of life thing you would do for players. It's not highlighted to show me, oh, you previously selected this color. It's not written anywhere on the screen what color I'm using. Ergo, the paint roller should be a different color, or the paint roller should follow the color of the that I've just selected. You could always repaint a wall really quick, but in the game, if you're doing the game right, or if you're doing any kind of simulator where this costs money, you're not going to want to waste money painting a wall only to have it be the wrong color. So definitely communicate to the player what color they selected. But essentially, if you're doing objects, after you've built your struct, connected it to your data table, populated it with several pieces of furniture, what you're gonna do is follow this structure here, but instead of changing the paint color to, I'm guessing it's HSV values or RBG values, instead of doing that, clicking this or clicking on any color should lead to a piece of furniture being attached to your mouse, which is essentially what the other game follows. So I would go into the map. So when I click on one of those things in the tablet, what should happen is that piece of furniture should then attach to my mouse like this. So clicking on a piece of furniture, you'd have to link the two systems up on your own. You'd have to study how they work, but essentially you can link those two systems up to the point where now I click on a different item, it's like this. So let's see how we would definitely do that. I am going to input, let me pull in a furniture kit or something that I might have that has I have a lot of furniture, but I want to find something that's light. Let me see, because this will be really cool to put together. Furniture. I'm sure Let's do everybody uses this, but let's use the atmospheric house because they have like kitchen furniture, and let's see how snapping works. The atmospheric house has a modular system, so we're gonna use that. So let's add to project. It might already be in here actually. Let's add this to project. All right, while that's adding, I'm gonna take a sip of water. One moment. Alright, so again, the reason I'm picking the atmospheric house is because when I was running through, it's modular, and when I was running through the demo, it said snapping was available, but I couldn't see any difference with the cubes, and I couldn't figure out how they work. But if snapping really is able to be turned on, then things would snap in accordance to a grid, and the atmospheric house is modular, and it already has snapping to the grid. So all the pieces, what I'm saying is all the pieces are the correct size so that you can space them a certain amount of distance apart without the objects actually overlapping. It is a big file though, so getting it into the project is going to take a moment. But actually, while that is taking a moment, let's go ahead and populate our, let's switch back to the other renovation system, blueprints. Well, let's go back to the demo maps, demo. Let's go ahead and make a new, we gotta make a new struct first. Alright, our struct's gonna be, it's gonna be called F underscore, why is it called F? F tablet paint, F levels. But the first one is E fence is broken. Maybe, I don't know why he named the naming scheme is F, but we're gonna call this F for furniture. All right. It didn't like that. Is this gonna crash? It's frozen. Maybe because I'm trying to edit the project while it's trying to load objects in. Okay, it worked. Okay, F for furniture, and basically we're gonna have the first variable is just gonna be the name. Let's do object name. It's gonna be of type name, and then we want to have a I don't know what else we need. If you are doing, oh, we need a static mesh. If you are doing different color systems and the player can change color, this is where you would add the texture as well. But I'm not going to add a texture field because it's not necessary. This is going to be a static mesh component. Oh, my typing didn't go through. Going to be an object reference to static mesh. Actually, is it? Yes, it is. And material. So this is where you would add. I think so. Yes. All right. Go ahead and add. I'll add the material here. I think it might be required. Thinking about how it spawns in. I think when you spawn it in, it doesn't spawn in with the material on it. I think it just spawns in the static mesh without the material attached to it, so we will need to add a material slot. Just remembering, I'm trying to remember the interface of spawner in my head from memory. So, alright, static mesh component and a memory, so we've got that. So I've got my struct here, and from there I'm going to create a new data table. And the second I create a new data table, it's gonna ask what struct we want to follow. Data table, is it under miscellaneous as well, or no, it's under, yeah, no, my struct's under there. it is under miscellaneous. And it's gonna ask me what struct I want to follow, and that is the one that we just created called furniture. Okay. And then we're just gonna call it DT furniture. And now we're gonna have to populate it with a couple pieces of furniture. Add like 3 just to see. I'm gonna add 3 different things that are 4. I'm gonna add 3 different things that are 3 different shapes, and then I'm gonna add 2 of what is a similar item to test the snapping thing. So I'm gonna add 2 pieces. The 2 things that are the same are gonna be kitchen furniture. You know how kitchen counters, they have to, they're all different pieces and they have different drawers and they need to run together. So I'm gonna add that, and right now these are gonna become very, very long because material and mesh data, I shouldn't have done the last one like that. Material and mesh data are gonna be long. I needed to move this. Material isn't really gonna matter. Okay. I think I'm moving this in the reverse fashion. I think it has to go like this. Oh, forget row names. Row name doesn't really matter. Oh no, wait, they do matter. Alright, so for row names, I prefer to just duplicate that. Okay, because the object name is what we're going to be looking up anyway. Object name, first one's going to be called chair, hopefully. Second one, we're going to do... I do, pardon me. I'm still recovering from like a sore throat and stuff, so... We're going to do a table and try to place that table next to a chair. And then we're going to do the counter 1. And then we're going to do kitchen counter number 2. Alright. And, sorry, provided that the atmospheric house stuff is finished loading in, and it has, let's go ahead and get our mesh props ready. Everything should be kitchen. Kitchen cabinets, no, they separate it. Alright, so do kitchen cabinets. Okay, cabinet A and cabinet C are what we're gonna use. So I'm holding on to cabinet A. Huh? Is this not docked? I'm frozen again. I do apologize for that. I thought I had done something. I'm like, what is going on? My interface froze again. Yeah, I can't click on anything. Just give it a moment to clear up. It shouldn't crash. Or maybe it might crash. I don't know. I don't have control back yet. Let's see. One moment. I'm gonna have to reset this. This is completely... It's completely frozen. I don't have anything else. Well, I mean, I've got this game open. This game's not frozen. The other game that I'm working on. Oh, these lights are way too close together. Oh, it is frozen. Wait, how did I get over here? What? Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties. I go from being in the bedroom in the bathroom to jumping over to the carnival, and I have no idea how that happened. Lag is not funny, but that was weird. Is this giving me back control? Alright, no. So this one's dead. We're gonna pick back up with editing the data table in just a moment. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna populate the static mesh here. and then provide the material that goes along with the static mesh. And then I'll show you how you would duplicate it just to add your own into it. And then we're going to connect the two projects together to place stuff on the ground. But first, I have to figure out what's going on. Alright, I'm going to pause the stream for just a second. Be right back to take care of this. Oh no, wait. I was just about to pause and then now it's loading the cabinet that I just clicked on. I have no idea what that means. Let's see what this does. Is that 100%? I was about to like completely shut down the project and restart. Save content. Is this because I tried to close it? Cancel. Apparently it took me into the mesh object. I have no idea what's going on, but we're back. I do apologize for that. Alright, let's go on and continue editing our data table. This just takes me inside the static mesh. Actually, the static mesh itself has a material attached to it by default, but you're going to want to have that material slot as well inside your struct just in case you want to either change the color or you kind of want to do, you want to make a modular system that you don't have to go in and edit individually. And sure, the assets that I'm using from this set, sure, they have their materials attached to it. However, all sets that you get off the marketplace, they may not already have them attached. You may get something that has it in a separate folder. You want to do the least amount of work possible, the least amount of duplicate work possible. So this is more scalable to just include the material in the data table, because then you can apply it to every single kit that you get furniture from, whether they include the material slot or not. Whether they put the, and then sometimes you'll load in a set that you got from the asset store, and all of the materials attached to it will be like light gray. I know you probably, if you develop, you've probably seen that several times over. So while it might not be needed for this particular piece of furniture, if I want it to be scalable, I'll include it. So no matter what kit I get my furniture from, I can be guaranteed that the correct material is always going to be placed on it. So now that this is working, we're going into cabinet mesh A. We're going to add that to counter 1. And then for cabinet mesh B, I'm not putting doors on it because they don't really matter. Alright, so for cabinet A's material, actually I could have kept it open and gone into the material slot and then into my data table, and my data table populate. I'm not holding it. No, I thought I went to it. Now I'm holding it. Furniture. No, okay. I'm not holding it in this specific content drawer. I am now. It's not going. Why isn't it going? Alright, we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. So material instance. Why are you being rude to me? What's it called? MI kitchen cabinets. No? Oh, it's not available to go. Why? Did I select the wrong? Is it a separate category? Yes. Material instances are separate from materials. That sucks. See, this defeats my whole scalable purpose, because now if all of them are material instances, which most likely they will be, but what if I get something that isn't? I can't believe I have to reference material instance separate from material. Alright, I'm gonna leave it back at material, and then I'm gonna see how they do theirs. Demo, let me look at their objects. Because most things we do, we make a master material and then we create a bunch of instances off of it. This person looks like they just made materials. But nope, we got graffiti material instances here. And graffiti is, and I can find the data table that references that. Garbage, was it garbage or, yeah. No, this was trash to pick up, the trash bags. The material instance from that they made me paint on the wall. So paint ceilings, floors, wall, tablet paint. Tools. So they don't reference that, but I had to use the tool to clean, to scrub off. Oh, it's referenced like an interaction then. That would be the case. It would be dirt interaction. So it's fine. There's no, it doesn't reference the database. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm just gonna have to guarantee that everything's a material instance, or I'm going to have to go to the material, find parent. Oof. So I'm gonna just use material instances. Most things use material instances. But that would mean guaranteeing every piece of furniture that I use isn't just a material. It would be a material instance. There has to be some other way to pull. I wonder why. Well, I know why they would be. I know why they'd be two different types of things. Because one's basically. You know what? I think I might have to use material anyway. Because when I render it in, the code for rendering it in is gonna be, yeah, I might have to come back and change it later. For the sake of this section, let's go ahead and just use material instances. And then when it comes time to apply the instance to it, I could either convert it in the blueprint. I'm gonna have to convert it in the blueprint, or one way or the other, convert it forwards or backwards by making this change. But let's go ahead and save that struct. Now it's gonna want the material instance, and I should be able, I'm still holding it, I should be able to plug that in. Okay, and then for 2, alright. Honestly, I think this uses the same material instance. I'm pretty sure it does. I'll double check. Kitchen cabinets. Yeah, it does. Pretty sure that's the same one. Alright, so I've got my furniture, I've got that, and we need to connect it to the new system, but we're not going to connect it to the second system yet because we need to give our players a way to access it. Interesting. But what we're going to do is we're just basically going to add it to the UI section of the tablet. So not the building system, the renovation system. Alright, we're going to, is this it? Renovation simulator? Widgets, time, menu, tablet, wheel. It's a part of the tablet. Why are these? I guess they're static because that's what you use. Okay, so ceiling. Please tell me they are context menu, context paint. Okay, context menu, canvas panel, logo, menu grid, inside the menu grid, button paint, button ceilings. So I'm going to duplicate this section of button of the ceilings, and because we're already inside a menu grid, it's going to populate it into the next slot that it should be in. So duplicate, and it did not do that, but if I press this arrow over, it will. Alright, so we're going to go in, and first we're going to change the name and call it buttons furniture. And then inside we're going to change it, the icon, we're going to leave the icon that I don't really have a furniture icon because I wasn't certain I was going to, I didn't know I was going to do this today. I'm actually doing all of this on the fly and none of it's planned, so yay for programming on the fly. We're having fun though. I had planned to look at them, but I never actually planned to connect them, but this is how it ended up. So I don't actually have ready a logo, but we're going to change the text here, and the text is going to be called furniture. Alright, so now I'm going to, I didn't compile that. Compile, save, we play, we go into the demo, we press tab, there's our furniture tablet, okay? Let's keep going, because now that we click the furniture, right now if we click, ugh, words are very difficult. Right now if we go ahead and click furniture, it's not going to do anything. Ceiling takes us to ceiling. Back takes us back. Clicking furniture, I'm clicking it. You can see it's red. I hover it. I click it. Absolutely nothing happens. So let's connect this up. So let's go back in here. And now we're going to need a menu called... Alright, so that's just the button. I'll need to access the button in just a minute. But I'm gonna need a context menu for a different section. So we might as well duplicate context menu for paint. Duplicate context menu and just call it for furniture. Oops, my caps lock was on. Okay. So I've gone ahead and duplicated the furniture context menu. Where is it? Okay. So this context menu is what's going to pop up when we click the button for furniture. But let me, I need to make, this is a widget itself, and it's referencing an entire widget of the tablet. So we actually need to go and create that separate widget that's going to pop up. So that was for paint. That was a widget for paint. And paint is literally just a grid that's going to populate in just a moment. I need to have the same kind of widget and whatever pop up for furniture. So what I can do is come back out here and I can duplicate the entire thing. And when I go in, I'll just be able to change the code. So furniture. Alright. But now that the furniture widget is created, I can take it. Let me save this. Or save all. I'm gonna have to come back. These can close. This can close. Alright, I need to come back in here, and now where this widget is located, I need to put the paint one. I mean the furniture one. The furniture one that was just created, and then linking them all up in the code is what we're gonna have to do next. Alright, so where is it? Alright, give me a quick moment. I have to do something really quick. Let's see. Receipt. All right. Sorry, I had to send someone a receipt for something really quick. Say stop bugging me. Where were we? We were in the middle of putting the widget that we just created in the correct place. Alright, so that's going to be the furniture child widget that we just created. Tablet furniture. Why doesn't this move when I've moved something out? Come on. No, why is it? It's not. Duh. What? Something's wrong. Like, this should go away when I'm not in it. Like, it doesn't. It's supposed to go away when I'm not in it. What? Docking it shouldn't bring up a new window. What? When I click or move my mouse off of this, it should go away. What kind of nonsense? Wait a second. Alright, I already know why there's so many browsers open. Alright. I can't reach the bottom here without that going away when I'm not on it. Yeah, what the heck? Give me a second. Let me see something. Because typically, if I'm in, it's not behaving. If I click this and I drag, that goes away so I can do what I need to do. Why is it? It's not behaving that way in the other. I click it, I'm on it, I drag it. Yeah, the contact box goes away. What is that, by the way? That looks... I don't know. So I'm trying to populate. I'm trying to drag the widget upwards, but the screen doesn't go away when I drag, and I can't reach the widget. So we're gonna move it all the way up here like this, just so I can reach it. Furniture. Put it there. Delete this one. There we go. Alright, so there's our furniture screen. No, it didn't go in. It didn't go in. Hold on. I thought I put it on top of it. Alright, let's delete the paint one first. And then drag on top. There we go. There we go. Okay. Why is it called 269? Existent object name? Really? Where? In memory, because I dragged it and then deleted it. Okay. 269. Nice. Alright, so now we have our empty furniture screen, but we don't have it connected just yet. Let's go into our graph. Okay, so on click button, content paint. What are these? Alright, on click button, we grab content furniture. Alright, we're literally just am I on the furniture one? Ooh, no, I'm on the base tablet. Right now we're editing the base tablet. What happens when we click the base tablet buttons? Oh, so I just changed paint, didn't I? Okay. Alright, here we go. Alright, so we're gonna grab... Pardon me. Let's go... I need to grab the button. The button that we had. Which one's the button? Is this? Yes, furniture button. And then down on the side here, I'm going to do an unclicked. And that's going to give me my unclick button event. and then just press C to type a comment, and it's going to be furniture content. All right, we're still going to connect it, furniture content, and we can stretch it out to be big like the others. And change content is a function, a custom event that's built into this, so I can just duplicate that. When the button is pressed, we're going to content furniture, target itself. Alright, so that is that. Make it look neat like the other ones. Cool. Alright, so now the button furniture is going to go to furniture. And just to prove that we've done that correctly, we're going to go ahead and add a text box, which is going to say, I'm going to delete this in a minute, I am furniture, because it's going to be blank and we won't have anything to populate it with because we haven't connected the data table yet. But this is just to prove that we've done our connections correctly. So ceilings taking us to plaster, paint takes us to paint, furniture takes us to I am furniture. You can see it says I am furniture. It was a duplicate of paint, which is why you still see the paint typed in there. We're about to go into that widget and take out the paint population and populate it with our furniture. But there it goes, I am furniture. We linked it up correctly. Let's keep moving forward. Alright, so we're going to get out of that, and now we're going to go directly into the furniture widget. I'm going to leave the words I am furniture there for a moment. And we're going to go into its graph, and let's have some fun. So, get data table row names. So, this is why it was populating with paint. Actually, here's going to be a problem. I don't have, how do I say? We don't have images of furniture. So, we're probably going to just keep the paint symbols and change the text. We don't have the images of, like the little furniture. And I guess I could put a camera down and then take a picture of each individual image. That's pointless. Let's just use dummy images until because we're just the whole point of this tutorial is connecting the items. So we're just gonna go ahead and do our data table furniture, and then for each data table furniture we've got an array, get data table row, furniture. Why isn't that plugged in? So it's getting all of the row names. So what we named our rows here is, it's gonna get chair table counter 1, and then this is for the main tablet, so that's not saved, and this should be the one for the tablet furniture. Good. Alright, so it's getting all the row names and then the rows specifically. Okay, create tablet paint item widget. We're not doing that. Oh, we don't have tablet paint items. So there's another widget for the individual items. Tablet paint item. Yeah. There should be items for every single... Tablet paint item. Unless they all use the same thing, because it's icon, name of the paint. Let me double check something. So this is tablet paint. I need to see if tablet wall. Does tablet wall use the same? Yeah, it does. All the widgets use the, I didn't look at this earlier. All of the widgets use the same format, and they all link to tablet paint item. So it's all the same widget, which means I don't remove this. Let's go ahead and break this. So the name is gonna be the name. The icon is gonna have to stay. I might have, they have their own icons. I don't have icons. It has a default icon in it. I'm guessing that if I don't select an asset, it's gonna use the default icon. And if it tells me it's having trouble, then I'll add a dummy icon into it. The material, we picked our material, and that's where I knew we would have a problem. This is a problem I mentioned earlier because it requires a material and not a material instance. How would I go about doing this? Because the base material, there's no way for me to change. See, I said I could either convert it on either end. I can't convert it on the second end because it turns out that every single one of them use this widget. So if I were to change this to material instance, it would mess up because every single thing would use that uses material would now require material instance. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to change it on the furniture end. I'm gonna have to change my struct back to material how I had it. Alright, so material object reference. That's gonna break a bunch of stuff. Don't worry. It just means this is gonna empty it out. I can get the parent material from all of my objects. That's not, I wanna go here. And then on details, why don't I have details? I have to go in here to get details. We're gonna have to find your parent. So because this is just a test, it's not as important, but when you're doing this for a real game, just know that everything has to have a material and you can't make instances of the material. There should be a way to plug it in backwards with the same information. And there probably is a node that does the conversion for me. Like just use the material instance information to make it into a material. I don't know. But for the time being, we're gonna go ahead and put the parent material on there. And it's gonna be the same for you. We're using the parent material. We save that. We go back and save all. Then we come back over here and wait, we can close this. We're gonna come back over to the tablet's material and we can go ahead and put the material there. Okay. Color. I think color is only used for paint, but not used for anything that has a material. Right? This is paint wall. No. That's interesting. What would they have for color? Color would just be blank. I'm assuming. Let me look at another one. The color would only be referenced in the solid one. There would be no reason to reference a color. The color would just be like white because I'm guessing it's a tint. And the tint would only be referenced in solid paint. Otherwise your tint would just be white. You want not to multiply any color over top of what, like a wallpaper or something. But let me find out. Yeah, by going to let me actually just check the data table for something like wall paint. Or yeah, wall paint. Yeah, look at that. Exactly. White. 111. Okay, that's what I figured it would be. I could do that. Because color is required, I can go ahead and add, or since it's actually, no, let's not add it. Since we're never gonna put a color over top of that, we can just we can just give it a color here and never do anything about it. Actually, it's completely transparent anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then type. What do they want from type? Wall. Type. Somewhere there is a data table that requires something called type. And that data table would most likely be paint. No, that's paint colors. No, I didn't mean data tables. There's somewhere there's a struct requiring the information of type. Levels. Tablet paint requires color. So who requires type? That's I'm gonna have to go to the function. It, type name. That's coming from somewhere. Create widget. The widget is requiring. Let's go look. I feel like I already have this widget open. I did. Get icon, get name, type name. Oh, there is no I didn't mean struct. I would have done an enum for this. So I can just type in any type here. Okay. It's not an enum. I was thinking, and I can look right at it and tell it's requiring a name and not an enum, because it would have been a drop down menu if it was an enum. So I was thinking that I would put it in an enum just in case I accidentally put the wrong type in. But I'm just gonna type furniture. And later on, if you want to do this and like populate your furniture and separate it, like chairs are in one category, you'd have to do a bunch of submenus, but your submenus would follow the exact same structure. So you'd have chairs, tables, and whatnot. Right now I'm putting all furniture in one category, but you can do a furniture page like we're doing now, and then a subcategory furniture page where the furniture page then lets you click on buttons that say chair or table or whatever. But you'll see that in just a minute. The furniture, the type is furniture. Okay, so now add grid paint. What widget, tablet, furniture, a panel. That's just a naming thing. It's called grid paint still. Let me just rename it to grid furniture. It's not gonna harm the code. I'm just renaming it. Alright, so the grid furniture is there. Alright, so the next thing we're gonna do is it should say, yep. I'm not on the right one, am I? Nope, that's for wall. Where's the one? Oh, okay, I just renamed it. So now it's just called grid furniture. The context is return value, the row, the percentage, that. Condition, and we add it. So all of that does basically is on clicked, it's pulling all the information and adding it to the screen. Everything's going to use the same texture, so it's going to look like the paint roller. But if we've done this section correctly, save all. If we've done this correctly, it's going to populate with the names when we click into furniture. So paint, we've got white, red, whatever. Ceilings goes to plaster, and furniture now populates with chair, table, counter 2. All right, we are moving quite along. So that's working. We've connected that. I thought it would use the default image, but it did not. So I can populate the default image by pulling it into the drop down menu. Icon. They gave us, where's the paintbrush icon that comes? with the pack. I don't have that much in this this game demo, so you would think I'd be able to find the icon a lot quicker, but no. There's a lot of textures in here. You know what? Just tell me what it's called. Let me see your designer. What are you called? Brush. Let me see your brush. Image. It's under sprites. Icon renovation. For some reason I couldn't access it there. It's under sprites. Icons. Boom. We're gonna go ahead and use that icon as our temporary icon. There we go. So I can compile and save. Alright. And I'm gonna go ahead and press play. Alright. No, it's not working. Why aren't the icons working? Did I not plug it in? Did I plug it into the right one? Okay. Asset. Tablet paint. Tablet walls. Tablet furniture. Yeah. Huh. It's not working. Alright, let's do green guy icon. Compile. Save. Play. They do not work. We have no icons. Okay, so now, just to recap, so far what we've done is we've added a furniture section to the tablet, and then we created a furniture widget so that when you go in, you get the furniture widget, and then we made it so that the furniture from our data table populates into our widget. So here's the fun part. Now we have to go in and connect the two systems. So now we're going to be working with other people's code, trying to get the two different codes to work. Now, I didn't program either of these systems, so it's going to be even more complicated because now I'm trying to get two other people's code to blend well together, but hopefully we will be able to do that without any conflict. So when I click on an item, I'm going to need that item to attach to the character's hand, I guess, so that I can move it around and choose to place it. I'm gonna be working with two conflicting player controllers, I suppose. The renovation system stores a lot of information in the player controller, and it uses touch for stuff, and it takes control over mouse input, and I think it uses the enhanced input system. But the other one, I don't believe uses the enhanced input system. Let me see. It might use it. One moment. Blueprint systems. Building system, okay. Demo. Or I can just look at it. Okay, HUD class, interface, structs, okay. Where is its... In order to do this, I need to see its character. That's interesting, it uses the third person blueprint. Or no, does it have the third person in there because it was against the wall, or... Third person... Let me see. Gamepad input. Yup. It uses the old input system. No, and it has enhanced input. Why does it have both? References unknown. It's interesting. It won't compile. That's interesting. Let me see what else they... Maybe they don't use it, because I swear we were in first person. Oh, I'm in the wrong demo. Let me go to the building systems map. Yeah, third person example level. Huh. Alright, this might, connecting the two systems might be, yeah, because we're definitely in first person, and E is to interact. So E takes an item and picks it from the ground and attaches it to our hands. I need to see where that code is. Blueprint. I need to see where. Okay, child example chair. That was a chair? Oh. I had no idea. Alright. Let's have a look at the chair. I mean, I guess now if you look at it this way, it might be a very uncomfortable chair. But okay. Alright. Arrows are just to show the direction of down. I don't believe they use them. Alright, let's have a look at the. You didn't construct anything, and then we have a function for building information. Box 1, box 1, box. Hit control arrow. So we do have to have hit control arrows. So I'd start. So the way I'd start. Uh-oh. We have, okay, so we have one system that uses the static mesh and the next system that uses a blueprint. Alright, so the way we did it is we first followed the first system and we made a struct for the object name, the mesh, which I totally forgot to fill in here, and the material. However, we won't be, we probably won't be using this information because the way they set their stuff up is they have entire blueprints put together with arrows, and the arrows are going to tell us the distance, I think, or the hit distance from an object. Hit control arrow 1, hit control arrow 2, check box collision, check sphere collision, for, okay, check arrow component, snap. Okay, so for these two arrows, it's checking the arrow component, checking the box collision. Alright, so coming over to the event graph, that's it. That's it, so we just have the info for the object. Alright. Doable. Okay. So we'd have to spawn it in. Spawn it in, attach it to the player's hand. I need to see how the player, because it looks like this just has data stored, the object and the arrows. And maybe the arrows aren't even necessary. Maybe I could use the object's pivot point to place it and just always have the object pivot be at the base of the object. That's probably a way to do it so that I can continue using static mesh and not have to build a blueprint out for each item. That's one way. But these are just making an array. Graph is not editable. That's fine. Alright. So it's just, yeah, so we've got just the static mesh, and attached to the static mesh we've got, these are hitboxes. which are just, oh, okay, so these boxes are just the boxes surrounding the object, just collision detectors. So that's why I'm wondering if I could just use the collision of the object, put the pivot point at the base, and still be able to use it. Snap scene sphere. What is this? If I was snapping it, maybe? And then hit control arrow. Alright, the only way to know is I need to see how this information is processed when we're dragging things around. That's the only way to know how I would have to convert it to mesh things up. Because this is just providing the data, but there's no actual data being processed in the object itself. It's being processed what looks like by the character. So, preparing values. Why is that all the way up here? Add input mapping. Okay, so get controller. Oh no, this is it, and this is for input, period. Don't worry about that. So preparing values. AC building system. Follow camera, preparing. Okay. Interact and rotate right. Yeah, that's for like E and Q. Rotate left. This is once you've already got the object. Reset rotation, old position. End the interaction. Left button ends the interaction. Okay. Zoom in and out. I'm sorry, I'm moving these. It's like, it's not neat. Zoom in and out. Spawn. And use immediately. This is the section of code that we're going to be linking it up to. Okay. So, spawn and use immediately. To use it, trigger this function and give the building actor class you want it to spawn. What? To use it, trigger this function and give the building actor class you want it to spawn. Building actor class. Okay, so I'm gonna need to, it's a simple connectivity. It's simple to connect. The problem is I now need to make actors for the items instead of just spawning items, because this is gonna take the blueprint class example that we need to spawn. But they did create a spawn. They already created the spawn function for us, which makes it really easy to connect. But we're gonna have to do some mashing up, because on the one end, that demo, the demo to the renovation, they use one character that has all the information stored on it, but this uses the third person character. I think the easiest thing to do would be, since the renovation character has the most data in it, the easiest thing to do would be to copy the renovation data, or leave the renovation one player character as it is and copy the data from this new player character over to the renovation one. Okay, so spawn in and use immediately. I would just take AC building system, object reference, okay. Let me find this component in, oops. Alright, here's how we're gonna do this. There it is, actor component. So we're gonna go ahead and take, do I still have it open? What is this? We're gonna need to change this in a minute. The data table is gonna have to change. But first, let me close a whole bunch of stuff. So this is a first person character that we're about to start using. And the area, okay, I've got it. First person character, asset child example, third person character. Okay. Alright. I'm editing the first person character using, I want it there, using the third person character's information. So components. So start by adding AC interaction. This is first person, third person. Alright, AC building systems now needs to go onto this character. So that's a start there. And then we need to transfer this spawn section over to them. We'll probably have to do some of the reset rotation stuff as well and move that over to this character too. But in order to get the characters functional, we kind of got to mesh the two characters together. And this one has the least amount of data on it. The only data it has is follow camera. Alright, let's do base turn rate, base lookup rate as well. Variables, base turn rate. Okay, and then base lookup rate. And it looks like they were both floats. Alright, so we need to get this character behaving like the other. And they built a component for it, so it should be easy. Okay, so the function is spawn actor and use, which shouldn't give me any trouble. No? Alright, leave that for a moment. And let's start here. There's components. Alright, get where location, get where rotation, get forward vector. Oops. Move. Okay. Alright, what's next? This should be able to be copied. Yep. What was it multiplied against? 250. Make transform. Okay. Now we're doing executes an owning client, executes on server, spawn actor. I don't know why I can't use spawn actor and use target is BP third person character. Oh, really? Why? It wouldn't let me copy it over because it wasn't a third person character, but that shouldn't matter. I'm gonna have to, let me find it. Why is the target? It's strange he made this attached to third person. I guess I use third person character on sometime. Actually, the game I'm working on, I do use third person character as well. And then I change it to be first person, but it's not the first person character. And the other guy, he used the first person character. So we're doing an interact line trace just to tell what we're able to interact with. And if we can interact with something, we can select it, update line trace position, more line trace, codes to change outline color. That's if you're hovering over something that you can interact with, the color of the outline of the object changes. Or is that the one that changes it green? It's one of the two. Reset rotation, given rotation in the interaction. Zoom out, prepare variables, interaction itself. Moving, building, and other stuff. Let me, before I look at that, oh no, that's everything, right? Is that everything? Yeah, that is. Okay. Let's start over here. I'm gonna find, I'm looking, so what I'm doing now is, this is tied to the third person character, and you can't use the code because it's referencing the third person character only. So what I am looking for is that piece of code so I can change it to reference. It shouldn't matter what it references, but I'm going to change it to, you should just be able to get character or whatever. I'm going to reference this to the character that I'm actually using, which is the first person character in this instance. Though it doesn't matter. Now, ordinarily, if I was doing my own project and I had to use assets like this, I would create my own character from default and just add their components to the character. And everything else will be my character because there's going to be other stuff that I want to add to it as well. And I shouldn't want, I would just pick and pull what I need to use and add it to my own separate character. So you'd always need to be able to update that reference. So this is, again, is a line trace. Whether or not the trace is valid or hit something. Update actor. BP master build grab now. So actor enable collision. That's got nothing to do with it. Refresh and update actor information. Resetting information when actor reference is gone. That has nothing to do with it. Update actor's transform on client. Update actor's location and rotation. This is all about the object the object actor that we're moving. This has nothing to do with referencing the player. I have to find out where that player reference is and edit it, but I'm also at the same time reading to understand how they put this together. Is this for the snapping? Update the actor if it can return to the old position and rotation. Yeah. End on resuming snap status. So yeah, that part's for the snapping. Debugging. Hit controls. Set material. Okay. Materials according to the situation. And this is where it changes green based on if you're like picking it up. Like it changes green if you can place it, or red if you're not able to place it there. Set material, do once. Interesting. Or it's not in here. The reference isn't here. So I have to find where that reference is. Because the reference target is BP, spawn actor, and use. Where is it? Actually, now that I've finished looking at that, I'm just going to find references this way. Spawn actor and use. Yeah. This is the only... That's it? This is the only reference to this. I have 1, 2, 3. The top one for some reason is repeated. Huh. So I should be able to use it. Executes on spawn actor and use. I should just, alright, maybe I'll just have to retype it. I will. Spawn. Alright, here we go. Spawn. And use. I'm gonna need a whole lot more space than this. Alright, because basically we're just gonna recreate the way they have it set up here. Alright, so and then I have to make spawn actor and use server. Custom event. Spawn. Spawn actor and use server. It basically got this system. As BP master building. Okay, so if we have it, otherwise if it's coming from the server. Oh. Alright, get. Oops, wrong thing. It's not that. It's not that. Move. Which yet is this? As BP master building. I don't know which. There we go. That didn't work. That worked. But validated get. And then if it's not valid, apparently we're spawning active server side. That's not what I wanted to press. Okay. This is the target, and that's all that's there. So spawning server side is basically spawning an actor. And that just spawn actor from class. Yeah. I think. Let me look. Yeah, it is. Oh. Okay. I totally missed that. They take that in. It is just a regular actor class, right? Oh, there it is. Class reference. I thought I typed the word class here. Ah. There. Which class? Alright. Same for this. It's going to take in a parameter. Which class? Oh, nice. They kept the same data there. Alright, so if it's not already there, we're going to take it. Alright. Good thing this is becoming very easy to link up. Props to both of the developers of these assets. We're going to go ahead and... Where did I put that? All the way down there. Oops. So this location, this should be the hand. Not, I wouldn't say the hand, but this should be, the location we're pulling here should be right in front of the player's face. Because we're using a first-person character. What am I missing in front of the world location? I'm missing an addition. I'm not missing anything. We multiply the fort affected by 250. So it's 250 in front of the player's face. And we're adding it to... Yeah, okay. This could have just gone there. Okay, so it's just a 250 in front of the player's face, and that's where we're going to spawn it. So now, back to the problem that we were having before. This entire spawn system relies on spawning an actor and not just a static mesh. So I have to go and create, I have to basically create blueprints for furniture. So let's just call it BP furniture. Okay, I'll just create like child blueprints of it, I guess. No, I can do that, right? No, I'd have to create every object, right? Let me see how they do. No, yeah, they create separate. Because, now the way I want to do it is I want to calculate it from the base of every object, but that's a whole nother video. What we're gonna do here is the way that they've done it, and the way that they've done it is they have separate objects with different information. So I'm just gonna create blueprint class. I'm gonna create movable chair, and then we're gonna do movable table, but we'll probably just do the chair today because it's just one item. So go ahead to the components. We're just gonna add a static mesh, and then under that static mesh he had the objects were separate underneath the static mesh. That's what it looks like to me. Static mesh doesn't have, no, the static mesh is the cube. Okay. Alright, so I'll go ahead and make the chair the item. Let me go atmospheric house, mesh, props. I just type chair. Let's use this one. So that's going to be our chair. And now we need arrows. I don't know why there are 2 arrows, by the way. Is there a reason there are 2 arrows? Don't know, but we'll just do 1 arrow for now. And yeah. So the arrow's facing the ground by 90 degrees. And then they have a couple other boxes. So we have what is a... So there's a basic collider on it. But I'll go ahead and add a box collider around the static mesh. What? Why isn't it around the object? Okay. Their box... Yeah, that's weird. This box is around the actual... I guess because it's like primitives built into the engine. But it is a separate box collider. I wonder if... No. If I go into the object and add a simple collision, will it update here? I've never done that before, so I don't know the answer. This should already have a simple collision on it. Yes. So that's that. So if I save that, when I go into the blueprint, is that there? No. Well, it was worth a try. Compile, save. Save everything. No, I still need a new box. Let me go ahead and give myself a new box collision. Wait, but no, the boxes they have are green. They don't, let me look again. No, they're yellow, not the green ones. Okay. I'll just put a box around the object. Let me see if they've raised them. No. Just tighten it right around the object. I don't know how me moving this is gonna affect things. But I am going to... Actually, what if I delete don't delete the arrow, but what if I add the static mesh back? The box is still not attached. Okay. Simplified collision box. That's fine. I'll just edit the one. I'll edit this one. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. I'm not sure how to edit it. Does it matter? Let's see if I can leave the box here, because I don't know how much it matters until I actually get the code programmed in it. So alright, so now we've got the distance there. We've got our actor created. Let's go ahead and spawn actor from class. Okay. Now now that we have the class for the item, here's where we're going to go back into our struct and then to our data table. Make those adjustments so that we can reference them when we click the buttons. So Where's our data table that we just made? Chair. Alright, I need to change this first. So we got object name, we've got the mesh, which we now have to change to class reference, not static mesh, class reference, actor, class reference. So we need to know what class we're spawning. Oh no, this is gonna be so crazy. Material. Material should not matter. Material doesn't matter. Material was required. Honestly, I should do icon. Material doesn't matter because we're not applying the material to anything. So when it requests a material, we can just say we don't need it. Icon's probably going to be a texture 2D. I think I'll have to probably come change that in a minute. Alright, so now that that's changed, we're going to come in here, and then the mesh class for the table is going to be, I think I called it move. Really? There's more thing. Am I clicking the wrong button? Yes. This one's going to be move underscore chair. That's going to be the mesh class. Alright, we're going to save it. The icon doesn't matter right now. I can just put any texture right there. Save it. Now let's go back to the widget where we made the adjustments. And it was not the tablet widget, but the furniture widget. We're going to have to recompile it. And this is going to be, since there's no material anymore, we just break the link and refresh the node so it's gone. Icon should now go to icon. That was a 2D texture. Name is to name. And then this is just showing the widgets. So I guess I could have made a different data table. Alright, and then add it to the grid. Now, this has a grid full of widgets. Create tablet paint item widget. Oh, this is going to be ridiculous. Because now that we've created the widget, I need to figure out what happens when we click on an object. And that is done in item. In the item change widget, we'll go to item create paint widget. And the problem that we're going to run into is every single one of the types of material or types of systems, they all use the same widget. So we're going to have to basically probably use some sort of boolean to differentiate between when we're in that renovator style or when we're in the style to move items. So under renovation, we're going to go into our blueprints and to our Alright, so we're gonna go into, it's not the tablet, it's the tablet paint. And we're gonna go into the graph for tablet paint. So basically every time they make a tablet paint, it's gonna go and do this. So this only deals with changing the materials. So on clicked item is the widget that's created. So here's several ways I can do this. What I can do is I can duplicate this widget and make this widget only apply to selecting furniture. Or I could type name. When do we set type? I've got an idea too. One idea is make one exclusively for that, but if you want to use the same one and don't want to have to make another one, return value, add to uniform grid, type furniture. If you want to use the same format, which you can, you would basically just go and say, give me a branch, and you'd basically say if type equals furniture. That's it. Okay? If type does not equal furniture, you're doing everything you're already doing with every other system. So you can go ahead and create this entire system all over specifically for furniture, which if you want to keep your code nice and tidy, that might be a way to do it. However, they aren't going to look at your code. They're going to play your game. The only thing that matters is the fact that the code works and you're able to understand it when you go back and look at it, like whenever. So basically, if the type of the thing that you're clicking doesn't equal furniture, we're gonna go ahead and just do our thing, everything that we've already been doing. But if the type does equal furniture, when we click on it, we're going to have to do a buttload of things. First, we're gonna have to get the player, or get player controller, what? Get character? No, we don't have the stuff in the character. I think it's definitely get player controller from input device. We could do that. Shouldn't it be? Is there not? I think there's just a get character and then the get player. Or we can take the widget and get owner. Basically, well, let's do a few other things first before we do this. Okay, I moved the wrong thing. We still need to do this. So we still need to, oh wait, no, we have player right here. Okay, we still need to set the paint type, which we can do get player character, cast to, first person character. Alright, so we can do this first so we don't have to repeat it, because we just want to set the type to player anyway. So I can just move this code to the other side of that. So, because we're setting the type on the player regardless. And then, wait, let me see. Get player character, cast. This is what I was about to do. Get character, cast the first person. Hide the tablet. We're hiding the tablet. We're going to move it over some more. Okay, hiding the tablet needs to happen regardless. So we're going to move this down. Okay, what else happens? Material. Alright, here's where we do it, because we're not we have nothing to do with set material. So this is where we branch off. Okay, and false, we're going to keep going the direction we were going. So we get the player, we set the material, and do all the material stuff. And get current tool or whatever. But for us, we're going to do the furniture thing. We already have our reference to our player character as first person character, promoted to a variable called player. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Why are we setting the player every time we click an item? Set player, hide tablet. Why? Every single time? The player is set when the game starts. Is this a game where you could be more than one player? or that we would somehow lose that reference when the game starts. Every time we click a button, for one, we're referencing the player already, so we already have a player reference, but we're resetting that player reference after the fact. If this player and this player isn't the same player, then setting the reference after referring to it is that seems a little backwards to me, but there could be a reason. Anyhow, we're going to go ahead and get that player that is referenced, and we're going to use our new code that we had just typed called spawn actor and use. Spawn actor and use. There's so much open. There is. I imagine, I can't even believe I fell on the exact code that I needed. So if it is furniture, we're gonna spawn actor and use, and then which class. Interesting. The class is the get item. Can we get oh shoot. Wait, we do set player here. Why are we setting player again? This I don't understand. We do set player when the event, when it's constructed. The class of the it's dependent upon the item that was clicked. So the item that's clicked is a widget. For some reason, I only have name as a type. I lied. Icon, material. Did I not put item here? What's this? Why don't I have everything? Name, icon, material, color. Oh, because this is built into the UI. I need to pull the data from the data table of the item that was clicked. Let me think about how I can get this information. Wait, how do we get icon and why? Where is it? It's using. See, all of the structs are set up the same, so I'm not sure where it's pulling this stuff from. But essentially, I'm populating everything with the data table, right? That information's somewhere. I have to figure out how to get it, but it's somewhere. Unclicked, the item that's being populated. Asset tablet paint item. What's creating a tablet paint item? Tablet paint, tablet paint, tablet paint. No. I need the thing where I go back and I create the tablet item tablet. Where is it? Is it this widget? Tablet furniture? Create tablet paint. Item widget. Class. Create your new widget. Where's the... Oh, name, icon, material, color. I'm silly. Name, icon, material, color. I need a variable, and I think I need to call it furniture class. It's going to be a type actor. It's going to be a class reference to an actor. And I need to... Oh, I'm used to looking over here for him. Instance editable and expose on spawn. So when we spawn the widget in, it's going to require that information. For most of the things, it's going to be blank. It should populate here. Refresh. There we go. It populated here. And then for most of those things, I haven't done this in a while, so I come back and I look and I'm like, how do I do that one thing? I remember doing that one thing before. And I was like, oh, it's simple. I just pull it up, expose on spawn, and when you spawn it in, it populates right there. So out row mesh is this. I can compile that and save it. This is for DT furniture, but this, because everyone is using the tablet paint widget, it's going to show up on all of them. So for an example, give me another WB widget. Not this one. Tablet walls. So like if I had tablet walls open, alright, refresh. No, refresh. Nodes, it's gonna populate here, but it's just gonna stay empty, and compiling it doesn't hurt it as long as I'm not trying to use that variable or reference it inside the walls. It's not ever gonna throw me an error. So it's there for whatever script needs it, whatever blueprint needs it, and the only blueprint that needed is the furniture blueprint. So it'll be using that. Therefore, I can come over to the U, and now for the class, I can just take whatever class is clicked on. Should be whatever class is clicked on and populated. The widget, each widget is tied to a class. So now spawn actor and use is going to be called whenever I click on the correct tablet button, but spawn actor and use isn't completely set up. So let's go try to set that up. And rotating the object isn't set up yet either. I just want to make sure that we can actually spawn it. Well, and all we're going to do is spawn it 250 in front of the player. So we want to make sure that we can actually do that. So for some reason they have a delay of 0, but sometimes just putting those in there pauses the script and let it do its thing. Cast to BP master building. Say cast to the BP master building. Wait, what? The delay is... Oh, so it's a pure cast. Okay, and the delay is here. I was like, wait, there's no... Why are the nodes going to... Yeah. For some reason it's 0.0. Next we going to cast hidden shadow multi. What's that used for? Alright. And then interact server. Alright, let's hope this works. Is it interactant server? Was that what it was called? Did I read that wrong? No, it says interact server. Maybe. Oh no, it's there. Okay. Oh. Alright, so... Oops. Let's reroute this. So we've got this connected here, Alright, it's time to take a deep breath, press play, and hope it works. It's meant to work from here. What is going on? Input axis. Oh, lookup rate. We're not using that anyway, so it doesn't matter. So in order to get this to work, because we use the renovations character instead of using their character or making our own character, we need to go into the renovations map where their character is being used, because this is the character we're going to use. Hopefully we press play. I'm going to save all one more time for good luck. We press play, it doesn't crash. We press tab. Alright, I didn't break this part. Okay. For some reason it's still stuck on the same window instead of going back. I actually don't know if it was always like that. Was it always stuck on the same window, or were we able to go back? Or did it always just open up to the main page? Actually, I like the whole pick up where you left off. So, again, I am furniture tab. We still have our chair, our table, our counter, and it's the chair that we designed. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. But let's escape. There's probably errors. Alright, so the error is there's a trace camera that follows the player that I didn't move over and add. So it's not the code that we did, it's I remember the trace camera and I left it out by accident. So let's go get the way they do their trace camera. I remember seeing it, and then yeah, this thing right here, follow camera. So on event begin play, AC building systems, and then we have a follow camera. Oh no, I'm sequencing. We creating a wheel widget. Okay, let's add a pin to here. Let's take the building system, and I don't even have the trace camera attached to the player, so that's me. Because what's the follow camera? That's just a regular player's camera. I'm just gonna, because this is gonna be different. So basically what you would do is you'd have a separate camera system for when the player is playing the game, if you're doing a simulated game, when your player's running around and clicking stuff, and then when it's time for them to build, you'd have a separate camera that you would want them to move about with. So right now I've got this follow camera right here. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use my basic my player's camera, first person camera, and then we're gonna make that the follow camera, and apparently prepare variables, prepare, and it uses this camera, and that's gonna be our in our sequence, the next thing to do. This is gonna look weird, but this is, and without moving everything, this is really the only space I have, so I'm gonna put it up top. So the trace camera prepares the variables, and then from there it goes into input mapping for the enhanced system. But my character already has input mapping right here for the enhanced system, so actually it doesn't need to be attached to anything else. You're going to go ahead and save this, file, save all, and then press play, and I shouldn't get the same error as before. I actually didn't check to see if there were any other errors. There probably are. So one more error, access none, trying to read AP master building, cast hidden shadow multi. Yeah, I had no idea what that was about. I looked, I didn't understand what it was about. But I literally just said it. The casting, like this, cast hidden shadows. It's referring none. But let me see how they do it and where they reference the cast hidden shadow. Okay, hidden shadow, get component by class. For each set cast hidden shadow. Wait, so how is it returning none? Get component by class. Component class mesh component. It's saying for each of them. Why? But there is target is. Alright, so inside BP master building. Wait, was I supposed to add this to? Hold on. I think I'm missing a component attached to something. It just dawned on me. Let me look. No. This is my example chair. My example chair has a static mesh, couple boxes, static hit, couldn't hit arrow, a box, snap scene sphere, and another hit arrow. I don't have this sphere attached to my thing. I don't know if that matters. And then in my blueprint, no, it's just an object. Yeah, it's just an object. I don't know, but I do believe it's just about not casting shadows when the object is hidden. So say I pick something up, I can figure that out later, like why it's returning no, but for now I'm gonna disconnect the node because we're just trying to get the building to work together. But basically when you pick it up, you want the item to disappear from the ground, but you also don't want the shadow to stay there. I think that's all that is, but for some reason it's saying it's not finding it. What's my error now? I disconnected it from the wrong thing, didn't I? This isn't my script. Actually, I don't know why it matters, but okay. No. It wasn't a problem. I mean, that wasn't the problem. The problem is that script just won't save because of old input. But yeah, this cast hidden shadow, I'm not sure why it's returning that. Let me read the message one more time. Access none, trying to read property node, dynamic cast, as master, cast hidden shadow multi-graph, execute, the execute pen, and first person character. Yeah, so cast hidden shadows, it got that far and it read none. I'm just gonna turn that one off right now. Let's escape really quick. No, I haven't touched anything yet. And I went in the game and pulled out and no error. Touch the tablet. Touch it, leave, no error. Okay. Go into the tablet again. Share. What's my error this time? No error. Alright, so I'm not getting an error, but it is not spawning. Let me try one more time. I'm not getting any kind of error, but it's not spawning the chair. It is taking away, it's taking away the HUD like it's supposed to. So my guess is it's just not linked up to take away the chair. To res the chair, to spawn the chair in. So we got a little bit of debugging to do. And that debugging's gonna be content, furniture. Actually, I know it's working because it sends the tablet away. So we get to this point, we get to this point. No, we actually get here because it hides the tablet. Maybe I didn't type it correctly. Let me make sure I type this F-U-R. N-I-T-U-R-E. This is why I use enums. I could have spelled that wrong or had a space at the end, and it would have totally, like, just not worked. No, I spelled it correctly. Well, the second time. Alright, so if we're on to true, I want to print, just go ahead and print that name for me. So let's test that. And we're going to figure out at what point do we get this error. Furniture, chair. It prints the word furniture. So actually it works. Alright, so it gets all the way up to that point. So we've linked everything up correctly, widget-wise. Okay, it is furniture. So the problem we're having is spawn actor and use. Okay. Let me go to the character. When we get to spawn actor and use, maybe the class is not valid. Wait, is that connected right? Yeah, no, because if it's not valid, it should spawn actor and use via the server. So something's not valid here. This is just saying if AC building system which is on the character. Spawn actor and use. Why don't they have anything going out of is valid? Maybe they, if it's valid, it should just spawn. Hold on. Right? This is going through is not valid. But nothing happens if it is valid. Class. Huh. Why? This is weird. Hold on. Read the value of variable as bleep. I thought it had a comment there. This is... I have no idea. I could be reading that part wrong, but... No, it's not valid. I feel like this, every time my music list gets to this song, it stops and starts repeating the same song over and over again. Okay, so it's not valid, and then it should automatically spawn actor and use. Let me print something else. Can I? Because it could be that all of that is working and I don't send the class over to it correctly. Yeah, the class is not printing out. I'm not sending the class name or something. There's an idea. Okay, so the widget, when clicked, out row mesh furniture class. And then let me look at my data table. Mesh, engine, game, move chair. That's set. Move chair. It has a mesh attached to it. That's what should have been read. Actually, let me go to the widget. And let me ask the widget before we send anything over. Let me ask the widget to print the furnitures class, because maybe it's not receiving it at all. No, it doesn't have the class, so I've typed something in wrong. Or something's empty. Probably something really simple. As soon as I find it. Alright, so out mesh, data table row, furniture, out mesh, furniture class. Let me print it here. And I know the other ones are blank, so it should run blank for all but one. Actually, that should have printed. No. Move chair. It printed the second it showed up. So move chair is the class. It has that class information. So this works. Right? There's event construct, data table row. Right. So it has the correct mesh name. It just told it to me. Okay. So now, if it has the right mesh name, then when you create the widget should have the correct mesh name. It has the type, it just told me the name, so I know that's not wrong. Let's go over to here. For some reason, it didn't print it here. It printed it when the game first came on, which is how I knew that it was in the event pre-construct, because this requires me to click it before it gets printed. Actually, let me put that information back. Alright, let me put this back. Alright, I'm gonna compile. If it keeps the same information, there it is, move chair, and now when I press tab, it should type move chair yet again. It does not. So something happens when I create the widget. I create the widget with the information, but the widget doesn't store the information. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it is. Though I thought when I created the widget, I was creating the widget with that value. But create tablet paint item widget with this information, right? That's what I thought it was doing, but I could be mistaken. So let me create tablet paint widget. Create tablet paint item widget, and let me go to blueprint. It's something is just not setting it, and I just have to figure out what. Tablet paint item widget. This is a widget. It creates one of these. Let me see the pre-construction or the initialize. All right, event construct. When it's constructed, it casts a character and gets player. And I don't get everything. Even the name is set. The name is set that way because the name equals furniture, and that carries over. And I've done the same exact thing. So why isn't the furniture class data passed over? Why does it think the furniture class data is empty, but the name isn't empty when I pass the name over? What is the difference here? What is wrong? Why is this empty? When this is constructed, I want this to also print furniture class. So now I have it printed in 2 places. When the game starts, I should see it written twice. I do. I see it written twice. So for some reason, it knows when it's created that furniture class is the answer. So how is it running empty for the third? That's so weird. So it's passed here, it says the correct furniture class. It's passed here, it says the correct furniture class. We get down to here, it's empty. How? I'm not setting it. We do set paint type unclicked. Unclicked. We never reset any of these values. In fact, let me print it one more time. But this print is going to happen unclicked. No, because it would happen on click back here as well. What would happen on click if furniture happened to be true, which it is, technically. Alright, I should see it 3 times, and I see it twice. I'm going to go into the tablet. I click chair, I don't see it. I click table. Oh, okay. I found the problem. It's listed under table instead of chair. Now, where did I make that mistake? Data table? Yep. I made that mistake at the data table. The chair is the... My goodness. How did I make that mistake? At this point, I'm just going to call this one chair. And then I'm going to call the other one table. And that is going to solve all of my problems. I can't believe I had them backwards like that. Alright, let's test it out again. The demo text is going to still be there. Because I just want to make sure this works. Oh, now I'm pressing table. And we don't have anything set in table. Chair. Alright, so everything works correctly for the chair, but it is still not spawning. And I'm still not getting any errors. We're not getting any errors, but it's not spawning in. So maybe it has something to do with the information about the shadow, or maybe it doesn't. But I'm going to... Let's figure out... So all of the data in the widget is correct, except the fact that I had the table in the chair slot and the chair in the table slot. That, my mistake. Alright, now that we've got that, so I press save now? Now that we've got that sorted, this is all Oh, okay, it didn't spawn because I forgot to put this back in. I forgot to connect that back. Let me take all the rest of the demo text out. And it's a good thing I accidentally hit table or chair. I would not have seen that I had it in the wrong location. But let's go ahead and check this. Test it. Go ahead and hit the tablet. Furniture is chair. And the chair spawns in front of us. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Now, it was a spawn and use. So we didn't actually... It's not actually working. Or maybe I don't see the code as I'm supposed to see it. We were supposed to spawn and use it. So I thought it was already supposed to be highlighted so I can move around with it. But that's not the case. So the next thing we're gonna have to add, so now we've got the basis of the two scripts communicating, and we've done an absolutely a large amount of work today. We've taken both of these, but we've got them communicating. So we've gone ahead and we added our own furniture section to the renovation simulator, which doesn't include anything furniture related. We've gone ahead and made our own data table and struct to accept different types of furniture, which we have to make individual blueprints for. And now we've gone ahead and communicated with the other asset from the asset store. And we've gone ahead and spawned in a chair. Now we have to get it to work to the point where we can pick up and move the chair. Those are going to be the next steps. So let's dive right into that. Oh, I'm so happy this is working. Alright, so now we've got communication going. I can actually spawn in as many chairs. I don't know why they're in the air, but I can actually spawn in as many chairs as I want to because, and they don't cost any money yet. We're not making them, but there's a whole bunch more that we can add to this. So now we can spawn in the chairs. We have to get everything correct. We need to first be able to recognize that the chair is editable, which means I think there's just an blueprint, there's just an interface we need to attach to the actor. And that interface is, let me find it. It's in building systems. So trying to get these two systems to communicate is a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to spend so much more time trying to figure out how to get these two assets to talk to each other, but not a problem. So the next thing we need to do is, this is the interface, BI building system, and I think that's the reason that we weren't able to actually interact with the object itself. We also don't have the line trace on this asset, because if you remember, the other asset used a third-person character, where this one used the first person, and we had to kind of choose one over the other. So we're going over and using the first-person character. That means we're going to have to copy a lot of the components over to the first-person character from the third-person character. So let's go ahead and start with this interface that we're going to need to attach. I think, let me check. Components, yes. AC building system. No, I need to check. Where's the demo asset? We have so much open right now. This is ours. This is the demo asset. The demo asset does not have a component, but let me see if it doesn't. Does it have an interface? No? Let me check its class settings. Implemented? Does it inherit? Yes, it inherited the interface of BI building system. And is there must be a master actor that it inherits from, because I just used chair. Oh, they're all child blueprints, and this is the master building. Oh, is there stuff in here I probably should have? Oh, that's the cache hidden shadows. That's what we were missing. There is a simple solve it for this, where you do not actually have to go in and recreate this asset. I'm just going to go into the class settings and wait. I need to get the name. BP master building. I'm just going to go into the class settings for the new object, the chair that we created, our chair. And in the parents class, we can just change it to, what is it, master building. There's an underscore in there somewhere, but I'll just do this, BP master building. So now it's got stuff in it. No. It has all the demo stuff in it, which I'm going to delete, but I don't know yet what I need to delete. So let's just leave it at this. Let's just make it so we can pick up the chair, move it first, and then I'll delete the extra components from it. Actually, for this static mesh that is the box, I think they want us to change the static mesh to ours, but until we might be able to do it this way, or we might not. I'm just gonna make it. I meant to type S. But yeah, I'm gonna make it not visible. That's all. Compile that, save it. So now that it is a child blueprint of that, because I changed it in the class settings, I just changed this parent. It should automatically implement inherited interface of BPI building system. So now I can go back and plug in the thing that I unplugged, which the shadows, which I wasn't sure what they were. This get hidden shadows multi, and it was actually running an error because we didn't inherit from the correct interface. And I'm also assuming that's why it just spawned the chair in and didn't let us move the chair around. Alright, so now that's probably not all we have to do, but I just want to see if that had any effect on being able to move the chair around. Yes, look at that, it's red now. Alright, now in order to edit the chair, we need to press E, but I didn't copy, it was an E or F, something. But we have an error, one error. It's probably because we can't interact with the chair, but let me just see what they think the error is. Attached to, move chair is not static, cannot attach, which is static, cannot attach to be aborting. Alright, the chair is static apparently. It should definitely be movable. But let's go ahead to our, it was static the whole time. It needs to be movable. Was this static? No, that's movable too. I made it movable. That was the only error we had, so maybe that error was affecting the fact that the chair isn't movable. Oh my goodness, we've got it. We have got it. Now, we cannot place this chair down anywhere. It's going to remain red. But look at that. It's interacting with the environment. Now that I move the chair over the top of the boxes, it lifts up. I can take the chair up the stairs. And it like leans in onto the stairs. It adjusts to the height of everything. We are getting somewhere. Guys, we're definitely getting somewhere. Now let's figure out why it will never turn green. And that's probably because the arrows, and it doesn't recognize, unless I have it in the, let me see if I can put it on the wall or ceiling. No, it can't go on the ceiling. Alright, we have to figure out why it cannot interact with anything. But now both, they're absolutely communicating with each other. It can attach, it can move around. We are getting somewhere. But I cannot lay it down. So, and then no error generated after that. So we have to figure out why we cannot lay it down. And it probably has to do with, it probably has to do with the mesh itself. I didn't put like 2 arrows or this or that because I didn't know. I actually didn't know they had a master blueprint, so I made my own. But let me, what's the thing that I set to hidden or visible or whatnot? I'm gonna put this back. HI. Alright. Untick that. Let me see if things change from this perspective. We're about to be building up this entire building. We're renovating this entire thing, and it didn't even take that long to connect these. So chair and box, I figured if there was something wrong with my chair, it would at least use the box's information, kinda. But no, we're not able to set anything down, so we're gonna have to figure out why that is. Let me take the example chair blueprint class, and in my data table for table, I'm gonna make the example chair. Alright, so I probably should have tried it this way first, just getting it to communicate and rendering one of their personal objects. So now if I touch the chair or the table, yeah, so their object can do this. So it definitely has to do with the way I set up my object, but we got it connected. So this would technically be a table. Oh no, but I cannot left click. Now the reason I can't left click because that's tied to the input system, but it is turning green when it's on an area that it can be, and that's more that can be said for the chair. So something in the way that I set up the chair is not allowing it to be tied to that. So what I'm gonna do is child example snappable cube. Maybe it's the snappable thing. Oh, because the snappable cube was the one that attached to specific white nodes, which I don't see here. Active component, enums, HUD class, interface struct. No. So maybe if I change the table to this, it would work. The chair, not the table. But we'll have to change that in the data. So turn chair into that icon, the child example. And then inside the child example, I'm going to go into the components, into the static mesh, and I'm going to get the chair that I was using, which was SM kitchen chair. I'm going to replace that with the static mesh of the component. Alright, those are all widgets. It's one of these. There we go. Static, we're going to replace that. That's the material. Alright, why is it red? So we have this little red chair, and at first what I did to the chairs, I moved the hitbox upwards, but for this I'm gonna move this chair. No, I'm not. I have to, how do I do this? The actual static mesh is too tall, so I would have to move everything else up. No, I don't know what to do, because that's snapping. Alright, let's try rendering it as is and see how it looks. I know it's gonna probably be floating, but one step at a time. That way we can definitely know where we went wrong if an error comes up. So chair, oh no, wait, what? It's not floating. What? It's on the... It's not floating. It's green when the chair legs are on the ground. This is why I didn't want to move it, in case it was different. So that hitbox doesn't matter, because remember, I went into the mesh and I put a simplified collision box around this chair, which I don't see anymore anyway. So, I don't know. I don't know why it's working, because in the script, in the active blueprint, it doesn't look like it should work. Because it's floating, right? It's floating, and this is down here. Oh, but the legs of the chair are on the ground correctly. I have no idea why or how it does those calculations with this thing floating like this. But what I need to do is I need to start deleting some of the components. So this static mesh gets deleted, and I don't know if this is gonna break anything. If it does, these hitboxes need to be deleted. Not that box, but this hitbox will be deleted. And I don't know about that box. Actually, for this one, we need to make this visible. No, that's not it. Hidden? I think these are hidden. Yeah. No, these are hidden in game. I want to see where that node shows up when we render it in, whether it shows up on the seat of the chair or what. Because this chair is hovering in a blueprint, but for some reason it turns green when the bottom of the chair, and even the center of, you see this gray? That's like, I guess, the center of the not the center, but like that's the base of the object. So I would look at this as like the pivot point or something of the object, of the entire actor. So I have absolutely no idea. I mean, I'm glad that it works immediately out of the box, but I don't know what calculations are being done that the chair isn't floating in midair like it should be. So we've got, no, it's in the right spot. No matter where I move the chair. What is this? This is magic. What is this? This is some dark wizardry or something. That is absolutely amazing. So I don't have to worry, the chair's never going to be floating, even though the blueprint looks absolutely crazy. Okay, we got a system. We've got two systems combined into one, but we've got a system going. Let's keep going. Oh, I deleted stuff. Yeah. It's trying to get the things I just deleted. We're not going to worry about that. Because ultimately it would be deleted, because your asset's not going to be, it's not going to, that was like a weird shaped chair with like two poles sticking out of it. Ideally, you're just going to have the one static mesh, and then you're going to be able to move that one static mesh around. You're not going to have like different components to it. So it was trying to box trace that. So I would delete its request for looking for those components, which is going to be in the event graph if I saw it correctly. No, it was in building info. Yeah, wait, so what's the problem? It deleted them. I deleted them and it deleted it from here. Because is the reference still there? Remove array element pen. I don't understand. I don't see a situation where you would ever even need, you just put one static mesh. I don't see a system where you would ever need separate components like that. Well, I guess, actually no, I lied, because we're going to be putting out kitchen cabinets, and those cabinets are going to have doors that you should be able to open and close, and those are technically going to be separate, attached to assets in one big thing. So yeah, doors, windows, different things like that is where you would use a system like this. But for a single chair, it's not required. I'm going to make sure that part is done. I'm going to make sure we don't get that error again. So we've got this and escape. Yeah, we don't get the error again. I just needed to delete those additional nodes for that object. And then when I do duplicate ones, I'll just add the nodes back for something that has multiple pieces to it. Because with this, if it's a single object, you're probably going to use a chair. And if it's a multiple object, you're probably going to use the second script. But you kind of really don't need many more of those. So like for all the other single objects that I'm going to place down, I would just duplicate the chair asset that I'm working on now. Not duplicate, but make child blueprints of that chair asset. So now the fact that I can't left click and set the chair down has nothing to do with the system and more to do with input information from the enhanced input system that's built into the engine and the mapping. I forget how I did this, but they use, so I have my own movement. Wait, whose system am I looking at? Is this first person? No, this is third person. So the system that we need to add, you can add multiple mapping, can't you? I'm trying to remember the last time when they first introduced it, I played around with it a bit. and then my character uses it, but it's not like I'm rebuilding the same input system every time. So this is a little unfamiliar to me. I'm going to look at mine and remember how I did it. Add movement input, sets for movement. I remember creating like little separate mapping things. But this doesn't have, I do see it right here. Input touch. Jump, branch, stop jumping, preparing variables, interact. Alright, so E is to interact. We're not gonna get the interact yet, or the rotate yet. What we're gonna do is the O position. Oh, so this is if I was letting it go and pressing X to get to the O position. This isn't the input system. This isn't the enhanced input system. This is literally just keys, key presses. Okay. I could copy this. Yeah, this could be copied. I'll just copy the entire. I thought they like use input actions for it, but no, they literally just did if the X key is typed, if the X key is pressed. So the next thing, we're just gonna go right over here into, is this the right character? No. Is it this? Yeah, first person character. And go ahead and paste that. Yeah. Quite literally, we can just copy and paste those. It's not tied into the enhanced input system. It's literally just if the player presses the X key, do this. Which kind of defeats the purpose of setting up the enhanced input system, but okay. So, yeah, I can just copy all of this and paste it over, and it'll have the exact same effect. Okay, and then we shouldn't need to make any major adjustments to anything. What we really need is the in the interaction. That's the one we're really looking for. Because if the interaction can be ended, then I can set items down. Okay, let's compile. I shouldn't get any errors because again, it's basically just key presses. Save it, and we should be able to go test this out. Alright, let's see. We go ahead to our tablet, we select furniture, we hit chair, we set the chair down, but it is floating. Okay, so the calculations were used to determine like the base of the mesh and how far it could sit down, but when it came time to like actually set the item down, it is floating. So what I would need to do is, hopefully I would have to just go into the, alright, this should be an easy fix. I'm just gonna have to move the rest of the mesh around as soon as I find it. Those are the characters. That's the static mesh. Master builder. Is it this one? No. Move chair. This is the old one. Where's the, oh, because I had it open already, didn't I? Or no, it's not here. I don't see it. Let me just open it up again. Blueprint actor. It would be here. No, it was open. Oh, because I was in, okay, viewport. So what I would need to do at this point is, see, I don't know if I need to move the arrows or what. So I'm going to try to move, I can't move the snap sphere. I'm going to leave the sphere for snapping where it is. I'm worried about moving the arrows. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move the box upwards. That looks like it's on the floor for me. And then if if it's still hovering, then I'll move the arrows, but I don't know if I should move the arrows yet. So let's go in, furniture. I can move the chair around, set it down. No, it's floating because I think it's calculated based on the arrows. So now let's go ahead and move the arrows up. Yeah, it's not even floating by that much, but arrow, arrow. It could also be calculating the snap distance, but I don't actually know. How high? I moved this to 50? 50. Because of where the static mesh is, and because the static mesh is the parent object, I can't really move it down, or everything else is gonna go down. Is that 50? That was about right there. Compile, save. Let's see what happens now. Hopefully it puts everything on the floor. Alright. No! I moved it. I moved the arrows. And since I moved the arrows, I can wait, do I have the right? No. Chair, right? We're adding a chair? Table? No, neither of them work. Since moving the arrows, I think it's broken. Chair? No. Put the arrows back. I don't know what the problem is there. So how do I move everything down then? So the arrows have to be at 0. No, they're at -50 though. I think where I was moving them was 0. Hit control arrow. Alright, let me compile and save. I moved the arrows back down. Press play. Was it the table we were working? Alright, it's the table. Alright. Was it the chair? The chair too. Alright, so they're both floating even though they appear to be on the ground. Actually, I can't tell if it's floating at this point. No, it's down. I mean, it's not. It's down on the ground. Huh? No, it was already floating. It just appeared to be on the ground. Why are the arrows at -50 though? Alright, I know what to do. I think I know what to do. So what I'm gonna do is I'll move the arrows up to here, and then I'll move the whole thing down to here. And let me see if that puts it on the floor. Yeah, it does. And now is it on it? We've done it, guys. We have officially done it. I can actually, because we put the input for the keys, I can actually pick it up and move it no matter how many times I want to do it. Oh my gosh. Let's do a huge recap. So we basically have 2 systems that were given out to us for free from the Unreal Engine Asset Store. Thank you so much to them and all the developers that participate. But they basically gave us, let me see, let me just highlight the developers really quick. The 2 systems I'm using are going to be the replicated building system from Alta Studios. And this is the system that basically allows you to pick up and move things around. And then this was, I don't know what the cost of this system is usually. If you missed it, it was free last month. If you missed it, it's still well worth buying. It's an excellent system for moving items around. And then what we have that's free for the month, this month, the next system that we're connecting it to is called the Renovation Simulator system, and this one's absolutely amazing. If you want to make any kind of simulator game, it is the reason that we were able to, you know, pull up the tablet and click on different things and have different pages. It allows you to paint things, And so I took the two systems today and combined them together. We allowed them to communicate via the widget and the tablet system from one. So I basically used the Renovation Simulator's tablet system to select the different type of furniture that I wanted to render out, and then we took that furniture, we attached it to our hands as the player, and then we used the second system, we used the replicated building system to allow ourselves to place the furniture on the floor and move it around. And one more time for anybody that missed it, here's the Renovation Simulator. We took their script, and if you notice the difference here, we basically made our own little section, which was a duplicate of their ceilings tile because we didn't really have logos built in. But you can make this infinite. You can basically do as many different tiles as you want here and go ahead. So we went ahead and we made our own furniture section, and we don't have logos yet, but the names are generated here. And now we can take chairs, place them on the floor, and we can also walk up to those chairs, pick it up, and move it. And if we can't place it, it'll be red. If we can place it, it'll be green. And you guys joined me for that entire roller coaster ride of ups and downs, as I actually did all of that on the fly, and none of this was pre-planned. But I want to say thank you guys so much for joining me. It was an awesome, productive dev day, and I hope that you can use this information to either make a simulated game yourself or to connect it to some other game projects that you have. I'd be really excited to hear whether or not you use the information today to put anything together. But if you enjoyed what we did today, I'm here often, and I'm either playing games or making games, and I love if you ask me questions. I love sharing my skills and developer tools and all of that. So if you enjoyed the content today, don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe. And if you're following, whether you're following on Twitch and YouTube, you can check out my Discord, or if you're looking to support me, I've got Patreon links in the descriptions of YouTube as well. Check those out because I am trying to start doing exclusive content that goes more in detail into game dev and building and that. So go ahead and check that out, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. And thanks again. See ya.